crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate. Separate and segregate, don't celebrate quite yet. The storm is coming, cue for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country. And our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on the streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour, troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpents.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, chosen just neglected, deflected by some breaking news. Oh, we just accept it, expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objectives, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, lying not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheap. Nah, drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
Oh, one day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day. I hope you see the truth. This puppet show, it stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
Yo, this is for the fight. It's on equal and the same. Stand tall, America. Rights ain't a game. 80 strong. CPS down. Let's ignite the flame. Born in the land of the free, hardcore to the bone. Eagle on my chest, Constitution my throne. From the back roads of freedom to the city lights bright. I stand on my rights, day and night, ready to fight. Government overreach, nah, I draw the line. Bill of Rights, all my Second Amendment shine. Ain't no warriors, breaking barriers down. Disability rights, wear that crown. No ramps, no access, we rise and we roar. Equal under law, demanding more. Hardcore American, fist to the sky, fist to the sky. Stand on your rights, stand on your rights. Never comply, never comply. Support the ADA, hey, hey, hey. Let freedom reign, freedom reign. Abolish CPS, abolish CPS. Clip their wings, equal and the same. Podcast truth we claim. United we stand in liberty's name. In liberty's name. Whoa. Rights forever. Whoa. CPS never. CPS storming in, tearing families apart. False claims and power plays, breaking every heart. Kids ripped from homes, no due process in sight. We abolitionists rally, turn wrong into right. From the farm to the courts, we expose the lies. Parental rights sacred under American skies. They a backbone for the blind, deaf, and bold. No discrimination, stories untold. Wheelchair rebels, mental health nights. We grind through the system, igniting the fight. Hardcore American. Fist to the sky. Stand on your rights. Stand on your rights. Never comply. Never comply. Support the 8-8. Let freedom reign. Freedom reign. Abolish CPS. Abolish CPS. Clip their wings. Equal and the same. Podcast truth we claim. United we stand. In liberty's name. In liberty's never. Listen up, patriots on equal and the same. We talk real talk, no shame in the game. Rights ain't optional, they're etched in stone. Haters shields us, CPS overthrown. From sea to shining sea, we won't back down. Hardcore forever, wearing that crown. Truck stop philosophers, courtroom gladiators, podcast evolutionaries, truth liberators. Stand firm on your ground, don't let them invade. Aid of justice, CPS brigade. We're the voice of the voiceless, to fight in the dark. American hardcore, leaving a mark. No surrender, no retreat, we own this land. Rights in our blood, united we stand. Hardcore American, fist to the sky, fist to the sky. Stand on your rights, stand on your rights. Never comply, never comply. Support the 8-8. Let freedom reign, freedom reign. Abolish CPA, abolish CPA. Clip their wings, equal and the same. Podcast truth we claim. United we stand. In liberty's name. In liberty's name. Whoa. Rights forever. Whoa. Fade out.
Hey everyone, how are you tonight? Welcome to Equal and the Same. I'm Henry Martaccio. It is 2/21/26, and we were going to have a roundabout tonight. I don't know how it's going to go. We didn't get too much of a big response on, people who are really strong at what they do. And when I say what we do is fight from anything from CPS all the way down to family rights or civil rights. I mean, if you have a belief in its true heart in your ability that you're being discriminated against, and you got a proven way of looking at the system and saying, let's do this to try to hold these people accountable for the discrimination. Because let's face it, guys, it's always a state actor or a state player. And yes, the Bar Association is an actor of the state. They are the only ones that are licensed and can make money into court. Even the fact that we, and again, this is where it's crazy in my mind. I don't get, if the courts are for us, why can't we even go represent ourselves up in the Supreme Court? Why do you have to be, hiring an attorney to bring your legal arguments forward? You should have that right as a constitutional factor to seek remedy from your government. That's all the way to the end, until it's proven, and fraud makes it always openable. So I just play with that. But talking on that subject, people who know me know I'm a strong advocate. I'm going through my own personal problems, and I'm filing the system on how I perceive the ADAs to be. It's technical assistance, it's technical guidance, and guys, this is only education. But I'm going to show you the amount of paperwork I filed on just the ADA. If you can see over that way, that's just in one case, guys. One case in a month, and you can see the thicknesses of the briefs. I ain't fucking around no more. I'm seeking a federal removal underneath the ADA that I believe that we've tied in. People who I talk to that are also ADA advocates going through the same problem, that it would be underneath the False Claims Act. And again, this is an angle that, we don't hear too much talk about. We hear Tano's argument, we hear Jessima's argument, which again, I would love if you guys would listen. Come on in, guys. I'm not looking to beat up anyone. I just have questions, and I know you, the audience, have questions. And that's what I'm about. Let's get to the truth on how we can help each other and educate each other, because my feeling is they're not teaching law in school, but yet you can't even sneeze by their policies and procedures. So if you can't comprehend what is going on, and I don't get why we cannot self-educate ourselves as an open community like they've done since the creation of time. I'm not practicing law here. I'll let anyone read any document I have in my computer that I've learned from, and still harassing some people in my group here, CPS Breaking News, to help me set up my wall, because as everybody knows, I'm pretty much stupid when it comes to technology. It's sad to say, but yeah, so I think I'm about to play something right. And what I wanted to get into tonight is we got everyone waiting backstage, but I also want to throw it out to the audience, where if you got an argument and this argument is sound, I'm not here to give you legal advice about your case. I don't want to hear about cases, guys. We know what the problems are. It's how do we solve the problems? And what would be the new angles that we should look at for under what funding and the whole 9 yards. That's what I'm about. Or, how can we really, address our grievances to the government if the government will not give us a valid path? And that's including underneath the ADA, guys. Because again, remember, designated responsible employee 28 CFR 35.107, read the in Rikers Island 2000 settlement agreement. What works for one entity has to apply for another entity. And with the ADA, it's a beautiful thing where whatever gives greater protection to the disabled, that Title II application of modification, if the state's already offering that service there, they must give here. So again, tie in your whole education. Why aren't we getting our procedural safeguards? Why aren't we getting, a written procedural safeguard? And again, for the ones that would be in general court, we'll say, and you got post-traumatic stress, you have the right to remain silent. Right after he finishes, or before he starts that one, he stands up and he says, if anyone needs an ADA accommodation, you will see XYZ over there in the hallway, and they'll be able to proceed after we read their Miranda rights. That's what my feeling is. That's how powerful the ADA is supposed to be since Congress passed it in 1990. Remember, guys, it pulls out of Title VII, which it makes it now a constitutional fundamental right. And this is where it's really, people are not getting the grasp of my angle. And I would like people to come in and argue with me. And it's not in a bad way, because at the end of the argument, I believe we have something solid for we, the troops, to go forward, because you guys are troopers. If you're here, you're a trooper. And that means you're fighting a job that nobody else will do for you, because they're pieces of shit and they have no conscience and no soul. They're all about money. So this brings me to my next factor, which would be Epstein. God damn it, man, we're bringing back the nooses. I don't give a shit, man. Let's start some kind of rally or do something. I heard March 7th. I haven't heard it, if it's official or not, because I haven't seen, but I've heard March 7th, they're going to have a big rally down there. I don't care, man. You're on that list. Go right to the guillotine or go right to the noose. You pick it. I don't care. And it's a public execution. I'm done. Their fortune is given to the people and victims of the DCF systems and the family court systems. However it turns out that they got these children, and I don't care if it goes to the third world country, which that seems where 90% of their fucking meat was coming from. Excuse my French, but that's pretty fucked up in my opinion. But this is going to even blow your minds even more, guys. And then if Darren can, if he can post the link, if people want to start getting ready to come in, what you have to do is when we give you the hyperlink in our show, make sure you close out of whatever system you're watching in us and just launch that in a regular, browser or whatever, because if not, the back feed will come into us. And I'm hoping we can have 10 people tonight. Darren, can you see my screen or no? Anyone see my screen? Darren, back there? Hope so.
Henry, we're gonna need some volume on that, bud.
It's as loud as it is. That was one of many sick videos, guys. And it's pretty much sad.
Yeah, they couldn't hear it, Henry. There was no volume on it, bud.
Oh man, I'm sorry, guys. That sucked. How did that happen?
I'm not sure. What was, if you want to send me that video, I can try to pump it up from here.
Okay, let me try doing that and get it by the end of the video, by the end of the show. But hey, could you put up a link so everybody's got a chance to come in and let's debate it? I mean, this is what it's about tonight, guys. We have to get to the bottom of the truth of what's going on here. How is the system continuously able to stop us and not seek remedy? And I don't care, if you're just, I don't want to say this. Everyone's got a right to make money, but I'm not here for money. I'm here for change of system. I want pensions and jobs. That's really what I want. I want to make it so these abusers could never be around children, because as far as I'm concerned, they're worse than rapists. They're worse than these cannibalists, Jeffrey Epstein. So again, it's crazy what we need to get into. And again, my angle is 100% the ADA. I could tie it into parents' rights, over a third party. Never dealt with CPS. So guys, let's have a round table. Hopefully we got some people with family. Hopefully we got somebody on the parent alienation side, somebody that's on the freaking women's rights side. Hopefully this is what we need to do, guys. We need to come together as an entity called parents. We are all equal and the same. And again, who do we got backstage? Anyone with us now, Darren? Or are you going to come in? Let's have a debate, because I mean, I may be saying this wrong. And
well, I mean, I don't think it's not really a debate that you're looking for here. Let's solve some problems. Let's come together and let's put your because originally what we had thought of is we thought we could get the heads of all of these different movements in here with us, and then discussing their ideas and how they were going to get to the goalposts, as Lewis Ewing would say. Where are they taking you? Where are they bringing you to be? Like, if you're going to follow these people, where are they bringing you? Has any of you even asked that question? Like, what is their goal?
What is the end goal? How does it bring you remedy, and how long is it going to take you to get remedy?
Right.
My belief is 10 days after you ask for the designated responsible employee and they deny you that person, they deny you their job descriptions, their self-evaluations, their transitioning plans, so under my way, there's kind of like an administrative duty to prove that you have the adequate person in front of you to deal with your disability. And if you don't, then that person's got to go. There is no like, oh, I just got out of high school and I'm a social worker and I'm here to take your kid. And I'm not putting social workers down, but I'm just telling you guys, social worker degree is selling cell phones for fucking Verizon. And you know what those people are.
At this point, Henry, these people that work for CPS know what they're doing. There is enough noise out there. There's enough media attention out there. There's enough of all of this stuff out there that these people know exactly what their jobs are. So if they still think that they're trying to save the world and save the kids and everything, then they're either that stupid or they're just in on it. That's it. Because where are the whistleblowing people from that side of the fence? Where are they? Why aren't they coming out in droves? Why
Exactly? Why? How do they go to sleep at night knowing that this fucking co-worker here is taking kids to a pedophile situation and then bringing them back the next day, and I got to comfort them?
So you imagine you get up in the morning, you go downstairs, you make yourself an egg sandwich. You make it, if you're a wife or whatever, or husband, whatever. But you go down there, you eat breakfast with your spouse, and you sit there, well, honey, have a good day or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, what are you doing today? Well, I'm going to go break up a family and take this kid. And I've got to come up with multiple reasons why I need to take this kid out of this house. And then I got to go lie on this paperwork that I'm bringing to the judge and tell them that this family is wrongfully, or tell them that wrongfully that this family's doing this, and this that they're not doing.
Right.
And then they've got to come back, and then and then they've got to take the kid from the family, and then I should be home by 4 though, so this should be really easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? Who has that conversation?
Now, then when you come home, how is it possible that we could be dealing with possible neglect? I thought the Constitution that was harm. Now you're possibly putting ill morals into the child, or you could possibly be doing this, or you could possibly do. It's like, what the fuck's this possible shit? It's either I abused my child or I didn't. Isn't that not what the Constitution says? I do not have the right to harm somebody. And this bullshit that we have a comprehension of what is going on in the mind, we have no clue. Look at what we're discovering with autism, and again with stroke victims. We're starting to learn that the brain is a plot. I posted on my Facebook today about post-traumatic stress. And there's a guy I follow out of down south. He's into the natural path stuff. I actually sent you the link. It's in your thing. Even about Crohn's believes it's, again, a stress of the gut. And we don't understand, guys, but we do know you do less is best. So why isn't that application used with our kids like they do in medicine? I just don't get it.
Well, because the medicine side is on the side of these people, on the system, this machine, the CPS machine, we'll call it.
Right.
Medicine is just as involved in all of this as anything else.
I know, but there's a moral ethic. There's a moral ethic that a doctor ain't going to chop off your arm because you got a wart on your fucking arm.
Who decided that? Who decided those ethics?
Well, that's the problem. America has no ethics no more.
But who decided that to begin with? Who said
I don't know. It's morally.
Well, it was the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds decided
to chop somebody's arm off for having a wart.
The Rothschilds are the one that came up with these article books and all that. We've been chasing around the ethics and the morals of one family that has all the money in the damn world, and they're the ones that are creating the narrative for us.
Yeah,
And that's
the
what's
Rothschilds,
happening.
right? The Rothschilds and the Epsteins and the ones that eat cannibal kids, and you know,
Well, I mean, this is the way that this is going down.
the Bill
So,
Gates and
so you can't even talk about uh, any of this stuff without including the police departments, the medical field, the social worker field. They've dominated everything. They've taken over the schools everywhere. But you have counseling
teachers
services.
union.
You have
How
counseling
the fuck
services.
I got an immoral person sitting in front of me and they're teaching my child how to be immoral and say it's acceptable today to express yourself in any manner you choose. That's just fucked up.
Right. Keep your composure. That's what we were always taught, right?
Absolutely.
Under stress, make sure you keep your composure, keep yourself together.
Guilt by association.
Right.
If you hang out with the hoodlums, you're a hoodlum. That's that easy. I mean,
Right.
Come on.
Right. Jenny's back there. We'll get Jenny out here in a second. She comes back. But this is the thing. Everybody has been infected by the CPS machine. Everybody has been affected by the CPS machine. So that leads to tell this. Here's the next question. Okay, we have all these leaders of these groups. We have all of these people that are leading these. Which one of these people are for real? And which one of these people are out there to try to manipulate us as a movement and turn us into a different direction? Because we know that there's moles out there. We know that that's real.
Oh,
so
don't
where are
even
they?
get
Where
me
are
going
they?
on the moles. Okay, you're gonna
You
get
know?
me going there. If nobody wants
I'm gonna bring Jenny out. I'm gonna bring Jen out first.
bring her in
Jenny,
because
I don't
I'm
know if
ready
you're
to
out there. If you want to come
moles.
in,
Just trigger me when you want me to go on moles because man,
Let's
it's time
trigger
the
you.
public knows about what I know. It's in my head.
all right, let's get Jenny out here and see what Jenny's got to say. Because I know she's been foaming at the bed all day to want to come out and speak her mind.
Oh yeah, Jenny, I've seen you a couple times. How are you?
We were just speaking to her right before the show.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize it was her because she's always on the show with Tiffany. Which again, where's Tiffany? That prejudiced jerk. She won't come on my shows. So next time you're on Tiffany's show, you yell at her for me. Tell her it's time you hang out with Henry on Saturday nights.
Yeah, she's prejudiced of Henry. And we're gonna get that's what our next shirt is gonna say Tiff in the Punisher.
Gunner's been on my show. Danielle's been on my show. Brenda, where are all those guys? We sent them links tonight.
Yeah, I know Gunner was just on the thing here, but hey, whatever. We got Jenny here now. Jenny, what do you got to say? I know you got stuff to say, Jenny. What do you got to say?
I want to see your bill get passed. That's the first thing. I'm sorry I haven't been in Washington, but Darren has a killer bill, make parenting great again. That's the first thing I want to say.
All right.
Do we have Luce or Jonathan backstage right now?
We have nobody backstage right now, so we're waiting someone to click that link and hop on in, or Jonathan to come in, or I'm going to hit up.
All right. Then that's what I'm going to do at this time. I'm going to entice Jonathan on here because Jonathan has a fabulous idea. I'll turn down the volume on this other device. Sorry.
Well, I already like Jonathan
has a brilliant idea.
He's living off grid, and I gave him some mechanical pump designs and about some aquaponics and some hydraulic ram pump styles to pump the water up the big mountain for free. And I never heard a thumbs up from him. And he sounds like a very intelligent man. I would like to have a talk with that boy someday. And, because the farmer.
You haven't heard from him.
Oh, yeah, I know, huh?
But he's busy. He's building it. You'll hear from him when he can show you the schematics and the final result.
Crazy, but
okay.
I totally understand that whole off-live grid living, and it's very possible and achievable today. They did it in the old days. You can do it with greenhouses, with thermal masses of water. There's so many concepts. Even straw and hay, the old style like homes from out west, you was able to be straw and hay, and then you put mud over the outside of it. And those buildings are still standing today.
Yeah, sure are, Henry. What you got, Jenny? Let's go.
So the big names in the movement right now, if I may be so bold, and I'm sure you sent out invitations to each of them. We got Family Court Fraud Warrior Project and Dave Weigel. He's been collecting information for the better part of, if not greater than a year now, weekly meetings, volunteers. And apparently he's got an abundance of data that if we were to crunch it would be quite revealing. He's been encouraging people to submit the bar complaints and the judicial conduct complaints. And I've tried to instruct people go straight to the book, go to the judicial, the judge's bench book, go civil rules of procedure, reference it with everything that happened in your quote case, and set forth a complaint. And let's see how many of these get bounced, because you know that if half of 1%, half of one is being given any attention, that right there is a clear indication that the foxes are guarding the hen house, and we've got a mass class action here. We've got something to move forward on. We've got tangible, objective evidence that says this thing is nothing but a big scam, and we need to yank AFSA yesterday, and everybody needs to have restitution, kids returned home, everybody vindicated. Another important mover and shaker, the Family Forward Project. They're in every state. Well, we need to hear an update from them. We need to hear how many families have they positively impacted, and what were your strategies to bring children home. Connie, hop on here anytime you want, because apparently that was where it began.
For Connie too. I love Connie. I think she's a great person in the whole 9 yards. And again, I have some major questions for Connie, especially.
Let me see if I can drag her up. Let me see if I can get Connie. Let me go there and do some work.
It's not just Connie. And, I appreciate like what Dave's doing, what people are doing in that fact too. But like Connie, I even went to my Supreme Court Chief Justice on an open practice book day. Now, one of my concepts I've come up in the last 2 days, and I've asked a great Francesca Amata in a public meeting, why can't we just go to our Congress members and hold them accountable for the federal funding that's going to the states and order them like at least I did learn this from Kathleen Arthur, in order them to do a evaluation. They have to do an audit on the system. And again, that's my feeling. Why aren't we doing that? And I just started working it out, the argument the other day on the ADA.
Some of us have been doing.
Give me about 2 weeks and that argument's going to be finished. And if I can get one of my co-technical partners here, like, Gunnar or Darren or Becca or Danielle or Brenda, to go ahead and start posting some of my briefs to the website, because I've actually developed, guys, for a complaint across all 50 states for you guys to walk in, sort of like Darren's paper, where if CPS is walking into your house, you hand them that piece of paper and it gives them all your constitutional fundamental rights. Mine's about the ADA. So you're affirming your obligations to them right there on the spot, because even though they get identified, they don't do anything. Or what's even better is I've heard of cases where they're blaming the parent for the child, not even realizing the child has disabilities. And again, I've shared it with a few people, and again, I'm ready to go public, and I would like somebody to prove me wrong. That's it. That's all I want. That's all. Out of all our advocacies, we should be checking each other up. When I say checking each other up, to see if our paths are legit. Is there an angle? Is there a way to change the angle? Is there a way to lock it in? Because the problem with all of us is we have the same problem. We go there, we submit our motions. I don't care what court it is. And then all of a sudden they're either overlooked, not heard, not ruled on, and moot it. Right? And most people cannot work the system. Stay out of it. So if we're able to share information, case law, and you apply it to yourself, please do. That's what you got to do, because the only one that's going to make this argument is you, in that courtroom. And a lot of people just don't get that. You phone, oh, can you help? Listen, I can help you, but you got to understand it. You got to preach it. And that's what I'm hoping that lead to is down the road, if people will come in and talk about their angles. That's all we want. How are we going to get to the bottom? Because we know everyone watches everyone. We're all watching everyone, right? There's nothing wrong with that. We're all looking for that desperate path to finally find that kink in the armor.
The chink in
Well,
their armor
I know if you are involved with CPS, this thing right here, this book, this is a book that you should be getting yourselves, because this will talk you right through the whole fight that you have. It's available on Amazon. It has been for quite some time. It's written by us here. Stay calm. CPS is coming. So make sure you guys check that out. It's over 200 pages of packed full information of how to fight CPS when you're involved with them. And it's got all kinds of cool stuff in it, guides, calendars, all kinds of good stuff. So make sure you guys check that out. Stay calm. CPS is coming. Parents Guide to CPS. Make sure you guys check that out.
All right. So for Kay Williams, you're right. That's another one of my questions. Class actions do not work. All right. Just even like Darren brought this up to me earlier. Look at the Roundup case. Look at what's going on. How much advertisement. Now you don't even need to be affected by Roundup. They're only making money for the attorneys' class actions. And I cannot, again, see why us 20 individuals cannot file the same way, same situation, different discrimination, obviously, but underneath the same pack, like the False Claims Act or the ADA or parents' rights or, immunity, the immunity of judges. There's just in the court systems, in the court players, we've never given them immunity. So again, it's sort of like there has to be a one game book play that we can all join under that is the ultimate secure of our rights. Everything from Tano's arguing to be indicted by a grand jury all the way down the line to my arguments underneath the ADA. So again, Kay Williams, man, if you're up about law, let's hear from you. If you're practicing it and you're doing it,
get in here.
What you're doing.
Get in the show.
And we got to get Kathleen Arthur on the show, Toll and Roll, Jonathan, and my friend Don Rufty. Mr. Rufty's been in this for, I think we're going on 3 or 4 decades now. He's the one that put out that video. Do you know Don Rufty?
I'm not putting down Kathleen, but I got a serious problem when you say $5. And I turned around and I did the math. The fines should be technically anywhere from $25,000 to $250,000, depending on what the DCF crime is.
It's $600 per hour. It's $600 per hour per kid.
Right. Well, right. That's time kept away. But I'm talking about if a child actually gets killed, abused, neglected, when they're in the care of DCF, and DCF themselves are responsible for that child. It's about missing those kids and, the whole 9 yards with her reform. But again, it's a slap in the face, $5. We had the public argument on Facebook about it, and I posted my view, and I've dug a little deeper into secure my way, and that's okay because, listen, if Kathleen can get somebody to knock on the door, God bless her. Get a bill number. That's all we need, guys, is one bill number, and then all our ideas come to life. Because once you see the bill number, you have the right to go to your congressperson and ask them to amend. So if you got something passionate to you and it fits within the bill criteria, your congressperson could put in a friendly amendment.
Well, trying to get your congressperson to call you back. You were talking about talking to congresspersons earlier.
Again, I'm catching it underneath the act again of False Claims Act that the congressperson has the authority to look into the matters. They absolutely can order the state for compliancy.
Bringing hey, hold up, we got Jim backstage here. I'm going to bring Jim out and let's see what Jim's got to say.
Big
Everybody
Jim,
say hi to Jim.
Hey, how's everybody doing tonight?
Hey Jim, how are you, man?
Hey, I'm okay. Thanks for bringing me on.
Hey, give us about a minute spew about yourself, and then we'll dig into your argument.
Well, I've been on one of your shows with Becca.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so...
well, she's excited. She's coming in here in a minute, actually.
Oh, okay, great.
Hey, one question. I did invite Sam. Did Sam, do you know if Sam had some special programming tonight or no?
I don't know. But let's hear what Jim has to say.
Let's hear what Jim has to say then. Go ahead.
I fought the system between 6 and 7 years. Got into a settlement last year in the fall. I mean, I spent $200,000 across Florida, Pennsylvania, New York. I've had 12 lawyers across those 3 states, and I've had 8 judges. That most of them lawyers and judges were in, actually, unfortunately, New York. However, to actually get the job done, I had to do it pro se litigant, and I had a team of women behind me. So I thank them for that. And I'm just going to say that you have to kind of get off the merry-go-round of madness, because if you have an ability to do so, do it. I mean, you might not get exactly what you want, but at the end of the day, the only way to get around, to get our kids back and try to stop the judicial abuse of the caring, loving parent that's targeted is to accept or comply or settle to, something that you could do now, get the kids back in your life that possibly could be changed later. I mean, it's just, I'm in 3 books over it. I mean, for Marianne Petrie, Slam the Gavel, I'm number 9. It just, otherwise, at the end of the day, these judges, the common denominator in the fraction that I've seen is they know what's right and wrong. They're not that stupid, but it's their job. And what I mean by that is if they don't act in the interest of the money or the system, then they're not going to have a job. And it's unfortunate it has to be that way. It's that club, and you just can't. There is no beating. I had a $10 million federal lawsuit, all these people in the Southern District, had them served. But again, with transcriptural evidence, they're so highly connected. I mean, look at the news recently. Not to turn this political, but you have
disgusting. It's disgusting, bro.
You have child trafficking, cannibalistic sons of bees out there doing this for years, and our justice
conditioning us for this day.
And the FBI will not do anything for it. But yet on their website, as per the USC 241, 42 USC 241, 242, which I wrote them and put stuff forth to them, they will not do their job. They're all guilty of it. Blowhard Homan, Pam Bondi, they're all guilty of it because they know, just like these judges, it will be their heads will roll and they will lose their pensions. They will lose their jobs for the best interest of the cabal of the money. That's it.
So you're talking about 18 USC 242, 241.
Yes, as well as
could it tie in
USC 1983? I mean,
could it tie into 243 in your mind?
In my particular case, 241, 242. I mean, I do know a father in New York, Mark Fishman, famous disability discrimination case. I myself have ADA rights.
Him.
Yeah, and they fired, I don't know, 1 or 2 of the police officers. I mean, come on. It went up to, well, nobody's above the law, according to Letitia James. But yet, they are above the law.
Absolutely. There's 2 standards of laws, theirs and ours.
Right. These people aren't stupid. They know exactly what's going on. And the only one decent thing that Pam Bondi said was, well, if we bring it down, the whole house will come down. Well, bring it down.
Absolutely.
Bring it down. You want to keep child trafficking and eating these kids and all this bull crap? Bring it down.
And this is going to bring to my next factor. If Kathleen Arthur's up there, right, and she's over there hammering away, I already see a flaw in her bill. I'm not sure if she truly gets all our different arguments in regards to family law and reform and, just to reform and hold these people accountable. And so I'm not comfortable saying, you know what, I bless her anymore. I'm not putting her down. I love her. She's a historical person. But what she's doing, and again, if she gets a bill number, God bless her, because that's going to give me the opportunity to send somebody in there to amend. And what's great, guys, is you don't have to depend on your own state piece of crap senators or legislators. You, because it's federal, you can actually find somebody who aligns with your morals across this country and give the sales pitch to them. They can introduce it for you.
Well, you do
Clay
see a
Hagen.
lot of good bills with
Clay
Garza.
Hagen's office, if you've been following Billy, they're
Mhm.
kind of playing games with her too. You know, there was a young gentleman that was all gun ho, and now he's disappeared. And the new girl Jennifer, she's supposedly there, but not like the other one. And if you saw, Toll and Roll wrote a letter to the president, and Billy's like, which I, she's on vacation right now in Arizona. I would have invited her because she's my favorite friend. I talked to her this afternoon. I'm not going to bother her. Let her go have some enjoyment time. She needs to. She's earned it. She's had a 20-year fight, and we're seeing a crack in the armor.
20 years.
Imagine that.
20 years. I mean,
I'm there. I'm there
Yeah.
with her. And it ain't ended, because every day of my life I got to look over my shoulder, because the federal government incentivizes the state and says, if you take that child, we'll give you up to $400,000 a year plus extras.
Mm.
What do they spend? You really think they spend? I've been in meetings, public meetings, and hearing the staff say of these people who care for people with intellectual disabilities. Well, we take the money from him and we give it to him sometimes. Well, isn't that robbing him of his services?
Yeah, Peter to pay Paul.
It just doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes perfect sense from their point of view, because this playbook, this script is so written that again, it's just they have to do what they have to do for the best interests of the money and the actual club that they're in. It's sickening. I mean, I said one time to Jay, says, I've been here so long, I'm looking for the body. Where's the bodies? I mean, come on. I mean, it's a joke. It's a bad joke, but
I've been here where I've seen my first retirement cycle, and I'm halfway through the next state employee's retirement cycle. It's crazy. It's really crazy. And the newbies, you can see they take it harder than the old professionals. You know what I mean? Where they have a harder time accepting when you're showing them that the courts are discriminating against people.
Oh, and absolutely.
Again, what is wrong with that person? Why can't they have a child? Because you perceive them as not capable.
Yeah, and who are they? I mean, who are they to even put a discrimination label? I mean, look at it like this, right? Before you even go into that courtroom, they label like the two parents. One's a custodial, one's a non-custodial, and in that case, a family court. But all along the way, that same, base, that same, grade level, they use the discrimination the entire way. Well, don't we have, laws against that? I mean, but they just don't care.
Well, here it is again. Kay Williams, this is the second time I'm asking you to come on. Again, you say best interest from the UCCJEA. So judges,
been there, done that.
How did they end up getting the right to take that? Hello, Becca.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Of course, he puts me all right on when I'm in the midst of trying
What's
to
up, Becca?
How's everybody's night? Hi, Jim.
Hey, Becca. All right. How are you?
Peachy, how are you?
Great. Thank you again for the tune.
Oh, yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed.
Yep. Hey,
Did you get some rub yourself?
Hey, Kate Williams, it depends on the disability. And again, with Katie Beckett waivers and all the different types of waivers, they actually put your child underneath the waiver, and that's what it would be, is a waiver program. So it'd be based on the needs of the person, would not only just saying they're a special needs, person. It depends on the severity. And I'm sorry, I had this talk with somebody 2 nights ago that, again, their 16-month-old baby was taken, And I'm like, right off the bat, how was the child hitting milestones, not milestones? Because again, we're looking to achieve the ADA protection because you have to have the 6-month disability, known 6 months of disability before you can claim that it's a permanent disability.
Quick question. So you were saying that, like, I have ADA rights, but you said you got to have 6 months first uh, to claim something there. I mean, was that to
Yeah.
actually grant? Is that what they're telling the person?
No, if you
Oh,
look
okay,
at the case law and you look at the prima facie test for the
Okay.
ADA, it gives you 3 conditions. And again, that's
Now that's
Prima
for
facie.
like collecting, right? Collecting, you're getting
no,
it.
no,
Oh.
for the protection of the Title II ADA.
Okay, because I had downloaded the form from the actual court, whatever, like a year and some change ago.
Social Security is a whole nother
Oh,
bullet
okay,
law.
okay, okay. Oh,
Their
it's social.
law books would probably fill up my whole office. And yes,
Okay, I didn't
I,
know it was Social Security based. Okay, sorry about that.
no, it's not. When you're talking financial, you know what I mean?
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm
Okay.
talking actually modifications of programs, services, and activities to ensure the same and equal benefit to the disabled person and give them program success. That's the key. And this is where when they ain't understanding, and I don't understand why they don't scream disability rights when they're in DCF family courts. Even in a doctor's damn office, I'd be screaming. You know, again, the
Sure.
504 says, since I think a year and a half ago, says they have to give you what's medically necessary. So when a judge puts down his fucking hammer and says, I declare you incompetent, you can't do that, bitch. You ain't my cheating doctor. 1. 2 is 504 says you have to cure me, brother. And again, this is where people ain't getting the argument. And again, please, Becca, I know you're one of the people that have seen my paperwork. Have I been crazy the last couple of days?
I mean, what kind of crazy?
Like with mad paperwork and mad sized briefs on the ADA and
Oh yeah, those that you've been sending in the group chat. Yeah. No, I just I mean, you get a little passionate, but that's understandable. But you know, there's a way to do court, and court is not screaming and yelling. And so, I mean, essentially, you write it on the paper and you put it down.
You don't get it. Since the Epstein days, there's no more let's hold arms and kumbaya down the motherfucking road. We got to team up together as one entity and go
Kumbaya, Henry. Kumbaya. Not kumbaya. Kumbaya. Yeah, kumbaya.
That's they say kumbaya up in Maine. I say kumbaya in South Windsor.
But realistically, I mean, are they going to listen? Are they going to hear you if you're not working the way? See, you have to play devil's advocate. You have to play both sides of the. You have to play both sides. So they have an expected procedure that they do. They go through blah 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 blah. They have that, and you have to learn how to play that to your side and to your benefit.
They have ethics and courtesies and morals and standards and guidelines and all of those things in there. That's their room, their world. And you need to abide by that because that's the only way you're going to be heard. If you're going to go in there like a raging lunatic, they're going to say, dink, 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 there's the gavel. You're going to jail and you're going to get a psych evaluation and you're going to be in there. And anybody needs to
pay. 3.
Then anybody, well, you know what, Henry, the fortunate thing for you is that you're not really in a position that they can actually arrest you in the courtroom because you're doing it over the internet. Guarantee you, if you would have talked to a judge yesterday the way that you talked to that judge on the phone yesterday, there's no doubt in my mind that they would have had you in cuffs right there in that courtroom. No doubt. I loved it. Don't mistake me for that. I loved it. You sounded amazing.
I'm making the record of
I'll bet you
discrimination. And again, yes, sir. I am Jim. I am prepping for 18 USC 242-241 underneath the administrative duties of the judge. He is falsifying that he's non-compliant of the American Disabilities Act. So now I can charge him underneath the False Claims Act.
Henry, did you just fucking fall and bump your head?
No.
Oh my God, you must have.
Why?
You just straight said that you just accused a judge of falsifying evidence on the record.
hey, it's either you're compliant or you're not. Your manuals claim you're compliant, but you're not providing me with a designated responsible employee or their name by law, by statute, by your funding.
I found that you have to use their stuff against them. Like I used the Family Court Act against them. They hated it, and went right down to
What's the
the
Family Court
statute,
Act?
the number, as well as different laws. And
Jim,
they
wait a
panicked.
minute, Jim. What's the Family Court Act? That's the first time I've ever heard somebody say that.
Well, it's in at
What
least
the hell
New
are you talking
York.
about, Henry? We talk about it all the time.
I believe it's in every state, but all I know is that I had to use it.
It was implemented by Bill and Hillary Clinton. They wrote it in 1997.
Is it funded with federal dollars?
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. But you use that against them because it's their own rules. And
Yeah,
when
if you use their own
shit-
policies and procedures against them, they cannot fight it.
And you know what they like to do? Oh, we got to dismiss. Where's everybody going? I said that.
You got dismissed. Bye.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Where's everybody going? I thought you wanted to do this. And they can't stand because they know they're being recorded, and then you buy the transcripts, and you have the paper trail for your federal lawsuit, whatever.
Oh, trust me, 100%.
I've been there, done that.
MOUs, their policies.
Yep.
Learn them, read them.
No, I personally never knew that, but I was taught.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I literally am like sitting here like, hello?
And again, this is why I want to have an open debate, guys, at least once a month, that we can come together as people and talk.
This wasn't going to be an open debate. This was going to be a who's doing what, who's correct, who's got the pathway to redress. That's what this was supposed to be.
I want to hear everyone's argument because, like with Tandem, I can't get a hold of them. I can't get a hold of Jessica. I can't get a hold of this person. Again, even Kathleen, I would like to put her in a corner and not question her, but ask her, show me the path.
So interrogator.
I can tell you this.
All I'm asking, to play this faith game with people anymore, fuck that shit. We should not be putting our faiths in unless people are willing to show us the path.
Well,
So
she's
that-
not the government, so I don't know what you're even fretting about.
Kathleen Arthur is?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Spill.
Redo
What do
it.
you think?
What'd you say?
Does nobody ever read anything around here?
Yeah.
Like, there's literally freaking when it says that she's part of Trump's administration.
No, she said that she was advising him. She didn't say that she had a paid position.
Oh,
What do you know?
she's on with Melania Trump, and she's essentially teaming up with Melania Trump, presenting all of these whatever the hell she's doing. I don't even know, but
Which there is no record of any of that on any of these Senate documents or any of the Senate anything. All of these meetings and these appointments are supposed to be on the record and everything, and we can't find
they're
one record.
well, no,
extra.
because Melania is doing it. She's not the president.
Nope, even still,
matter.
even still,
Doesn't
it would be
matter.
there.
I know. I'm just saying,
It'd
but
be there.
that's going
Right,
to be their
she's right.
contract.
Melania
Right.
is a public office too. Any of her staff or advisories or subcommittees, because even if you're on a subcommittee doing an exploration for her, you are supposed to have a government email to email internally people. You cannot externally email somebody. You would have to go through the portals like we, the people, do, right? To get a message to
Henry,
Trump.
you do realize you're talking about ex parte communication that they literally commit every fucking day in court.
Now, speaking of that,
By law, it's
there
supposed
was
to be on the
one-
record. By
there
law, it's supposed to be on the
Go
record.
ahead, go ahead, buddy. What you?
there was one time you remind me when it's a little comical when you bring up ex parte communications, and I was like, it was actually Yonkers, New York, because my case was there, then White Plains, but whatever. So I'm like, they're gonna have court. Well, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be there, even though like I wasn't invited. Well, even Ma, she could be there. She has the right to be there too, whatever. So they're having this virtual perjury, right? And ex parte, and I'm like, I break in, I got in there virtually, and the first words, and we're out of the judgment. Oh, Mr. Shock, what are you doing here? I says, I have a right to be here, just like, even the other party. And I said, what you're doing this is perjury. This is all considered ex parte. I says, everybody's supposed to be on the same page. We're supposed to know this. And they were shocked, and they shut it down.
I mean,
They
because you're
shut it
telling the
down 'cause
truth.
they knew they were wrong.
All right, but back to the topic of this show, which is who's doing what and who's the real deal.
Right.
Well, I got my case solved. I did it as pro se, so it's done.
Yep. Well,
I mean, that's what I
she's
started
talking
out
about
saying.
is who else do you follow besides obviously me, because you're on my show tonight.
Well, let's go back to the Kathleen thing.
That's what
Government, can we get her government email?
There
Apparently
is
she's
someone. It doesn't exist. Me and Henry did a super.
I did an in-depth search on her, and again, it's because I got burnt by Francesca Amata, which I'm going to tell anyone that's near that whole stay the fuck away. I'll give you more than $3,000 worth of her work, because her work was 3 pages and $3,000. And again, the promises of everything. I'm just giving it away for free, guys. I don't care. I
hear a lot of bad stuff about her, especially money.
She's a true troll, and she's playing in that sheep's cloth of I'm sent by the Lord and he put me on this bullshit.
Yeah, she's so godly that she tears up everybody that comes into her path with some rude comments and everything. That's not a godly woman. That's an asshole.
Yep.
But
No,
I
that
guess
starts with a C and ends with
I've got some video for you guys to watch now. This is real new stuff. Wait till you guys see what I'm about ready to throw out here at your faces here.
And I believe it, because again, we're not trying to pick on Kathleen here. We're not trying to pick on anyone. We're just
Kathleen.
It's actually her internet says Kathleen, but again, it was because her daughter put it up wrong. I asked her on the show.
Yes.
And again, that's why it's in my mind as Kathleen.
Kathleen.
It's Kathleen, but again, if you go on her face work,
not to be mistaken with Kathleen Hey Bear.
Her
Kathleen Hey Bear.
Hey Bear.
If you go on her Facebook, it's under Kathleen Arthur, not Kathleen.
Kathleen. So can we move on? What about?
Here comes.
Okay. What did you have to say?
I'm gonna clump them all up right here.
Toll and roll is awesome. They're kicking ass as far as the government will allow them to.
What are the next steps? How do we make sure that if we're going to jump on that boat, because it's the one
more
that
advocacy needs to build the army to start calling and saying, do it. But now that takes a total collapse of the system, and you're going to get less tastefulness on that. But yeah,
but what is it? What people need to do for them is to call up the representative, HR 1776 on their desk. That's what they need to do.
It's actually been changed just to the People's Remedy and Restoration Act.
So that's what needs to happen as far as toll and roll goes. Everybody needs to throw their support up, call their local area Congress and Senate, House, and all that stuff, and get them to bring forth toll and rolls bill. That's what they need.
It truly does fix the system, and it truly does pay off the debt. They give the remedy. But it's how far are we willing to go for a total reset? I think, guys, we're looking at a total reset. I don't know, between wars, crypto.
Well, look at the price of gold and silver.
Don't even get me going.
Okay, the next group. We already talked about
$1.87 gas.
Who is it?
$1.87 gas that Trump talks about.
Close, man.
$2.87 now.
Yeah, he said, well, the thing is, I guess it was like 6 months ago, he got the price of the barrel down, and okay, that was great, but the fuel at the pump still stayed high, so he came out and was like, oh, well, I don't know why these gas stations are still price gouging. Okay, fine. If they're price gouging, then do something about it then. That's the next step. Don't just let it be what it is. So I was like, what the hell? So the price of the barrel did come down significantly, where it should have gotten those prices down at the pump. But the gas stations were still price gouging. So I was like, well, come on. Get some sort of municipality or, state involved but they didn't.
Yeah.
Before I get, actually, you know what? Before I get to the Grand Slam one, I want to give you about all these guys. I want to show you guys this. Have you guys seen this video this week? I just came across this. Someone showed it to me, and then I went to the Facebook page, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is
Tell
crazy."
about that video I sent you.
Let's. I don't know if it was you that sent it to me or not. Let's see. Was it a
Sure. He
girl?
watches your videos, but he doesn't watch my
I watch
videos.
I've got a list.
Here, all right, Jen. Here we go. We can drop this one off the list right now. I'm gonna play this video. Just
Okay.
Who put it out?
That ought to be good.
Who's the author?
where is it? Here we go.
5
Who's the
children
author
due to abuse reports from the children. A lot of people want to know, what were the abuse reports? How bad? Did she hit him? What'd she do? I'm not going to tell you everything. This is your business. I know you mean well, but these children have been through a lot. They don't deserve to have their private salacious details spread all over the internet. So I'll say this. A therapist heard from these children over years and years and decided very quickly at one moment in time, these children are very much not safe. Okay? When the abuse claims were read in court, my brother-in-law had to get up and leave the room. He was so upset. So, very serious abuse allegations. In order to have children removed from custody and family court that quickly, there's some pretty big claims. So, I'm not going to tell you what they were, none of your business. But she did, and they were real. Okay? So, she lost custody of her 5 children in 2024 due to abuse reports from children. Number 2, she started an online movement that same year in 2024 called Stand With Meg, where she is screaming and crying that CPS and family court steals children. Maybe some of them do. In this case, they did not. She's raised money. She sells courses. And a lot of it is using the pictures and videos of her children to get the emotional reaction. Number 3, CPS did substantiate a report of child abuse in 2025. So CPS has been involved, but is not the reason that she lost custody, but she does have a report of that. Happy to share that with you if you'd like to see it, but she herself uploaded that report online. So she's admitted that exists. Number 4, she sued me in 2025. A lot of you have just recently jumped in. That case was recently dismissed. She sued me for defamation in 2025. It was just dismissed a week and a half ago. So that's why a lot of you maybe have caught on, is that I can start talking about this now. So next question, who am I? I'm her younger sister. My name's Sarah Jo, SJ. You can call me what you want, just don't call me late for dinner. I am here because I don't like seeing my nieces and nephews' private images all over the internet. They've had people at the grocery store, hey, mom, is that the kid that was kidnapped? That's fucking bullshit. These kids have already been abused by their mother, now they're with their father, and their pictures, their intimate moments are all over the internet. She often geotags where they live so that their schoolmates see them. They have asked her to stop. She hasn't stopped. The court has asked her to stop. She hasn't stopped. So I'm here. We are sisters raised by same parents, same house. We are both one of 9 children. Not Mormon, not Catholic, and not very smart. We're my parents. But we're all here. We are 6 of 7 sisters, 2 boys. We've gotten along. If you'd like, I could talk more about our relationship. We've gotten along in the past. Got lots of evidence of that. Why am I doing this? A lot of people are really frustrated about this. Some people are like, why would you come for your sister? And to that I say, I'd come for anybody who abuses kids, but especially my sister, because I expected better of you. I'm also doing this because I think it's really important that when somebody is screaming child abuse, that the person perpetrating it isn't seen as the victim. And that's what she's doing. I also think it's a really great learning opportunity for a lot of people who have been victims of abuse to kind of see how it plays out. And it doesn't always look like you expect, especially someone whose mother also abused myself and my siblings. There's just very much the sentiment that if a pretty white woman is crying, there's no way she did it. So we're going to beat that together. All right, next point. How are the kids? The kids are great. Saw them at Christmas. I mean, obviously, I would love for them to be with their mother if their mother was
safe. You should go check it out. Our Facebook is...
I believe it.
So, what does everybody think about that? That's Stand With Meg. That's next from Jessica Armato.
All right, we've got dozens more. We've got
What do we think about it? I think that she's, I mean, why would she lie? She's obviously has firsthand knowledge and evidence. I mean, and proof. I mean, she's her sister.
That's not the end of it. There's lots more. There's
Yeah,
stuff
there's
that's
tons. Her sister did pretty much a whole what do you even want to call it? Not a trilogy or whatever, but a whole timeline of what she's done, how she's been wronged, how she's the one that was actually abusing the kids, and they proved that. And it was facts. But here's the when her kids were taken away into foster care, here's what she was doing right here. Boom. That was her picture. She was in Greece. She took off while her first kid got put into foster care. And then she started making a bunch of money for everybody, saying that, oh, she was this, this, and this. She was like being paid to be a hooker, all kinds of stuff, all kinds of good information on Stand With Meg. That's on that pack. You just got to watch her sister's stuff. So if anybody out there is supporting Stand With Meg, definitely check this out. Think what you will, be neutral. I'm neutral, but I think that the needle definitely tips towards she's a fraud also.
Well, it comes back to my feeling. These people are making money and they're driving a point and they're getting a lot of people behind them. And again, I know Francesca believes a lot in her. I don't know.
There's something on behind the scenes that you guys don't even know about, and they're in the private groups, and there are more videos being shared. Nobody is on that boat anymore. I can tell you that.
Guys,
nobody in the private groups is on that boat anymore. We can move on from this one.
I still wish we could find an ethical hacker that could figure out how to get to the federal government's 1099s, W-4s, or witness, whatever they call it.
I still got one more video though. I got this one.
You know, where they're paying. I believe there's people out right now being paid by the federal government to distract us, we the people, from getting what we truly want.
Well, if they run a 501(c) or 503, whatever the hell it is, nonprofit, you can get the document for the 1099.
Rats get paid on the streets to be an informant. So again, it could be through a grant, it could be some type of system through the Democratic Party that they you know, again, I heard they filed for bankruptcy. Is that true? The Democratic Party just filed for bankruptcy?
I heard something about that. I don't know how.
I don't know if it's true or not. If somebody has type it in. And hey guys, earlier when I got a phone call, that was Mr. Herbert. About time you showed up for the show. You know.
Good. Very nice. So
yeah.
But, I mean, guys, honestly, so again, it's all about, you know, who are we to trust? I mean, what's their ethical moral?
Well, this is okay. Now, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this.
She's got kids, she's got skin in the game.
I don't agree with this one here. Now, this is a bash, and I will put this out there, and I will say that to the max, that I believe that this is not cool what this person's doing. First of all, family's off limits, right? Do not attack people's families when you're doing this stuff at all. You're supposed to stay away from that. But here we go. We have this person now that's putting this stuff up against our, I'll say my friend and ally, Dave Waggle, which he's done nothing but good stuff for people. I like Dave. I think Dave's just a guy that speaks his mind, and he's a little bit rude about it, and he's a little bit crude about it, but it still doesn't mean that he doesn't care about the movement and everything. But we have this person that's coming out here and they're saying this stuff about him. Hold on a minute.
And he's sitting on big data. Nobody else is sitting on the data that he's sitting on. We need to get him to talk about that.
And again, so many people, especially girls, are offended by him. But the facts are, he's a leader, and a leader has a vision, and they run with it.
Let me see. Is this not playing any? Oh, let's see what Meg.
Is he still with what's her face?
He took his wife to Costa Rica this week, so hopefully they're being friends right now.
Yeah, he's in Costa Rica, right?
He is part of an organization called the Family Court Fraud Warrior Project. And I just wanted to share this with the masses because I think people should understand that demons always have to tell you what they're doing. And he's not the only one involved. A lot of the people in his organization are paid, and they're doing this because, as you can see, Dave tells you, on November 8th of 2025, this is my $10 million payday. Wait for the machine to appear midway through. And that's his organization that he runs. Now, how many other people are doing this with him? Keep in mind. I mean, Dave Weigel has been committing fraud most of his life. And he tells you this. And you think that he's trying to do you good. Stop giving your information because he's giving it to the other side. And any of the people that are involved, or most of them, are paid off. This is Dave Weigel. He is part of a organization called the Family Court Fraud Warrior
All right,
Project.
we just did this.
And I just wanted to
So
share.
that's that person's right. So that's what they say about that, right?
That was not a damning fucking situation at all. That was not damning what was said. That was actually kind of stupid.
Well, no, she continues on. There's much more. There's much more that she goes on and says. She's at war with them right now. Let me see.
Who is it?
Honestly, this is one of the things that's got to stop. Girl Vice is a guy, who's
Chuck to put that up.
It's all bullshit, man. It takes two to fucking fight. How and when it takes two to fight.
She's had a personal difference with him, and that means it could tank. She wants to tank the last year's worth of work that's been going into that.
Correct.
Hey, Kate Williams, yeah, go dig into the IRS, run some names. See
He got 20,000 people in his. He grew his organization from 1,000 to 2 to 13. He's at 20,000 now. That means that it's inevitable that they're going to get their 2,000 bar complaints, and they're going to have the numbers to crunch to prove that fraud. This whole thing is replete with nothing but fraud, and it's going to have to be investigated. Just give it a minute. You have to have a statistic for statistical analyses. A sample size of 2,000 is a nice, healthy statistical analysis. Give him a minute. He's going to have he's going to be bringing
I believe he's on something correct. Right. Absolutely.
No, he's going to need way more than 2,000.
And I cannot.
Yeah.
Well, Dave Weigel, in the beginning, when I found him a while back, he had stated something about it is mathematically impossible for them to be generating this kind of revenue. So his approach to it was to use AI. Okay, fine. So his timeline of this was to show that the courts are committing this fraud, committing this money that they're getting illegally because the numbers don't crunch. And he's a fiduciary, a very renowned one in New York. I mean, he was in a $3 million apartment when he was on Marianne Petrie's show, Slam the Gavel. And, he's good at what he does, but I'm just waiting. Like I put message out there like, hey,
he needs the numbers. He needs the numbers. If you don't have a baseline number, your analyses statistically are not going to have the same power as if you have a large sample size. And that's where that number 2,000 comes from. I think he's still below that number is why we haven't gotten the results yet. Give it time. It's inevitable. He's got 20,000 followers now. That means what? Only 10% have to cough up. We've been giving guidance on how to, you don't just say, my judge sucks. That's not a judicial complaint. You don't say the lawyer screwed me out of the down payment and then he resigned from the case. That's not a bar complaint. You have to go to the judge's bench book and you have to compare it with what happened in your case. And you have to go to the rules of civil procedure and go, oh, nailed that one. And that is a valid complaint. So we want the body of complaints to be a valid, B, having been submitted, and C, they got some kind of response back. In 99 cases out of 100, we're getting responses back that say, nothing to see here. Foxes are going to continue to guard their pennies.
My federal lawsuit, I had literally years of paid by my own pocket transcriptual evidence because the Southern District in New York is like ground zero. But to elaborate like on your point, interject, I used that. The judicial misconduct stuff, that really didn't work. But taking the transcriptual evidence in the federal lawsuit, I did get the response back. And they really didn't kind of know what to do at first. So they just kind of like sat on it. So then it was actually comical because we didn't expect, my team and I, we didn't expect that response. Like they didn't say yes, they didn't say no. They just kind of like left it in limbo. So we're like, well, what's going on here? So next thing you know, a few weeks went by and then they just kind of like, okay, we're not going to do this, whatever. We're not going to let this go, whatever. So I was like, well, I demand my 30-day stay, which is what you're entitled to. So we put it forth. They said, no. Okay. The next day we protested, moms, dads. Everybody came out to White Plains, New York, protested right in front of the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard statue, which the hypocrisy they hide behind. And I actually said that to these, bastard judges to their faces. How dare you stand behind the statue that this man fought for civil rights? The hypocrisy. And next thing you know, they granted my 30 days. So the corruption, yeah, it just speaks. But no, I get it. Like, and even with these FBI, DOJ complaints, they want to know what federal laws were broken. Put forth that. They don't want to care about mom, dad, the court, this, that, the kid.
Wanted to be seen,
and I did that.
Sure,
but again, they just
sure if you're putting your evidence forward and if you've done it and you haven't heard anything, then today what we want you to do is put in additional evidence, toll and roll, your name. You have to send a copy to them and you got to send it to toll and roll and let them know that you just filed on their behalf to give additional evidence. And what it does is the system, the algorithm of the system captures it and it's bringing it in for data right now.
That's
this is where even my friend Melissa, who was on the show a couple of weeks ago, that was working with Kathleen Arthur, and then she rudely sat there and said she's got evidence of us having a freaking meeting. There were 6 of us, and we just crunched my numbers, and they listened to my data of what I have for facts against her. Okay, so she's got recordings. Come on, baby, bring them out because, man, I want you to see the truth of what I said.
Well,
And again,
I don't know. I look at this.
I'm not trying to fight with her. God bless you. You can get a bill, but you ain't got my support because I got a feeling you're going to strip more of our rights and you're going to give more of protections. And if you were involved in the 2016 and they took 2 of your 20 suggestions and brought them into the bill, then look at the disaster that we're sitting in today from that fucking bill.
Yeah, but the new bills, like Garza's bills, target the very, very specific, and they're short.
He's another one that I'm seeing a lot of the bills, and again,
right, but they're short and sweet, and I like that. And with our state representative out here,
do you really think right now there's a way to amend the system, or is it time to collapse the system?
I mean, I'm all about abolish family court, but that's not going to happen.
But you can realistically set the goal and change the perimeters where it literally abolishes it, and then it comes out of the ashes with something new.
No, that's not how it works, Henry. That's not how it works.
I mean, at least with it
historically,
listen, just even on the Title IV funding, if you change it from
we can make it work. We can make that happen. We the people.
From the adoptee to the parent, then that means the system just collapsed on the whole fucking side. And now the parent and the child has the right to be intact, like the original 1938 Social Security Act. Read the purpose. Gunner was famous at that. And he can't
with the 14th Amendment to raise these children undisturbed.
Right, absolutely.
Right, but they wipe their backside with our Constitution.
Is the 14th Amendment ever codified by we the people?
No.
Well, it's there.
Real law.
It's never been codified by we the people.
Wait a minute. The ADA is supposed to be a 14th Amendment that ties into Title VII that makes it a constitutional right. Is that being complied with? But yet they're taking the fucking money.
I know.
And Dave is on the right path. It's about money. If you're going to collapse the system, you have to show the federal government how much money is being frauded.
Yep.
What do you think I've been saying all this time about follow the money, literally in court? If you can,
and that's why he's being threatened so badly with his recent appearance in Connecticut.
Who?
Dave.
Oh, yeah.
A famous guy that puts Dave to shame. His name was Michael Nowacki in the state of Connecticut. He was an ex-CBS executive. The horror stories that he went through, he went to the point where he was paying for people's transcripts. We were up at the Capitol from, I think, 2012 to 18. Basically, his ass was getting hauled off to Whiting Institution. And if he didn't have his...
Why is everybody paying for transcripts? Because did you know that the record actually consists of the actual record is the audio recording. The only reason that you get a transcript is for appeals.
See, the
You know that.
transcriber, like, here's the deal
No,
in New York.
show
They
that
don't
fact to
actually
us in
employ a
the law.
transcriber. So you have to request, you send a copy of your driver's license and just a little tiny form, because they don't actually have like a position. Obviously, they have like the clerk, the judge, all
We have a
that.
court recorder. It's like the recorder, literally, because they just
Yeah.
like
Well,
record the conversation.
their recorder isn't actually a physical employee.
Yeah, ours isn't either.
Person.
No, it's literally just an audio recording. The judge pushes.
So-
Right, exactly. That's what this is. But it's actually better. I mean, I know it's costly, but it's actually better to get a person far away, which I did, because
Did you know you can transcribe it yourself?
uh,
And you can use it in federal court?
Did you know?
Yes, you can.
Did you know?
yeah,
like,
I know where you're going with it, but
Word? Did you know Microsoft Word has a translations for MP3, MP4s? So there's not a reason in the world that we cannot just have every court videotaped throughout the whole time. And the second you show up, like there's a timestamp right here on our clock, right? Let's keep it
yeah,
boom. They can cut out that segment
it's
and
a
send it right
tactic.
to you.
it's a tactic by the courts to bleed you out of the money. Another angle to try to take more money out of your pocket.
Here,
In the fight. So that's why they want you to pay a private transcriber.
here in 2010, I think it was, that court reporters, a judge freaked out. It was 1:00 in the afternoon and not one court reporter came in. He could not issue a emergency restraining order. These people are paid by the state. They go to do private work during the day, and then they come back to the courthouse at night with their equipment and leave it there. So it's taxpayers' equipment, taxpayers paying them on to be on state clock to be in there for when an emergency TPR comes in or whatever, a protection order. It's insane.
Yeah, it's so far gone. It's so far gone. I mean, it just, I don't know anymore.
Now,
I mean,
what's even funnier is like Mondays was our family court day, right? It was packed in there. You go in there on Friday, the place is emptier than freaking empty, and you still got 10 marshals hanging around.
Yeah, it's all taxpayer money.
Moving on. There's hundreds of groups. We got to keep going. Has anybody gotten through to Jonathan? I messaged him on his private.
Yeah, he's in here.
No, I didn't.
He's in here.
Get Jonathan in here because we're talking about solutions. We're talking about strategies. So far, we got a couple of good ones. Everybody get your bar complaints in. Family court
Right now.
Get Jonathan in here because he has an idea for a parallel legal system where the average person becomes essentially go through law school, get a certification, a parallel certification, and all of a sudden the Bar Association doesn't have a monopoly on law.
Well, Will, here's the question though. Since they give out these phony licenses, because they're not a state or federal, they're a private company, are they going to honor that certificate or certification so you can walk in the courtroom like a pro se litigant and represent yourself or someone else?
Do we need a constitutional amendment that says, look, no more monopoly, because we the people are the ones who conceived government and it's supposed to be in our best interest?
True, but they don't honor that, unfortunately. They violate their oath and, it's treason.
I mean, we just
I love it. I mean, I do know a lot of parents that actually hired paralegals and they helped them become better pro se litigant fighters. And that's great, but unfortunately, they got that Bar Association, that British, thing has such a monopoly, like you say, over the licensing, which again, it's all phony crap. I mean, they're not an accredited, it's a private company, not a state thing, whatever, agency or federal.
Well, the stipulation that they have in education, because there's got to be order to it. There's got to be conventions and that's why Darren's in law school. There's got to be legitimacy. You don't want just every whack job hoo-ha walking in there and wasting everybody's time. I talk about this all the time when I'm having debates with my friends about medical practitioners. How would you feel if your guy got from a Cracker Jack box? Would you be confident that he should be using it?
Them.
When the lawyer takes his license and he or she becomes the threat, then they what happens is they destroy them, and I've seen I don't want to mention their names.
That doesn't
Two
mean
of them
everyone's
that
a threat. Just because some are doesn't mean they all are. We have to remember that. You can't just lump it into a
But the
logical
system-
fallacy.
Can I say something? One,
But don't
I do
underestimate
know
them all.
somebody who's tested now 3 times for the exam, and I know it's very, very hard. But
Really?
at that same point, does she crush under pressure, which we know the courtroom is a pressure? Now, you might just need a bar license to sit in some kind of bank and just process bank paperwork all day. Fine, so be it. I get it. But they should not have that monopoly, which brings me to your next question. Why aren't we expanding that argument as if they were Google and they have an internet control over the legal system like Google had over the internet system? Why? And I do believe it was Jonathan that said it should be parallel, correct? There's
Parallel. We have to go to our county commissioners and demand respectfully
And-
that they institute this alternative. We, the people, lawyers.
Now,
I forgot the name was, but
I'm going to
get
take
backstage
it one
already.
more step. I'm going to take it one more
Bring 'em
step
forward.
further. We all know AI is running our government right now, correct, guys? There's nobody signing your
yeah.
checks every week. Businesses, it's all being processed through a data. They spit out the check to the state. Okay? That's how it's being done. Then somebody else comes along and checks the data, correct? And that's what's going on right now. Melissa was saying, even if today's technology is a normal divorce, it should be, you came in with this asset, he came in with this asset, input it now to where you're at. There's a fucking golden.
I would have rather faced a machine than all the horrific demons I've faced over the years in there. Because at least with a robot or AI, it would have made a decision based off of facts and justice and the law, let alone agendas
Listen,
and money
for
and
the
feeling.
average people, if you can do a pro se divorce for under $500 worth of filing fees in the state of Connecticut currently, okay, there's no reason that a computer can now input it, look it over, and then say, you know what, this is a fair divorce. Here you go. If you guys want to fight, I do believe, like Connie and like Francesca, it needs to go to criminal court. If there's a criminal complaint against a person, against a child, whether it be yours or not, and this is the disgusting part on my behalf, that they're not reporting the parents who are truly abusing their kids, because I know some freaks that did some pretty freaking shit, and you ain't around my property for a reason. You know what I mean? Because of what you did.
And don't forget, when you get falsely accused, like I have for dozens and dozens and freaking hundreds of false allegations, and you demand that criminal court, you demand that due process, you demand a jury trial, guess what? They don't do it. They don't do it.
Right. And again, that's what they're playing the game. And but my feeling is again, there should be a list. There should be a fact that we should know as a society that parent shouldn't be trusted. Because what if I'm dating somebody and she turns out to be bad for kids? You really don't think I want a bad woman around my child? I get you got the right to repair your past, but there's certain people like my child who's got an IQ of 69 that the freaks of Jeffrey Epstein would take total advantage of and destroy his life. And they would have no problems doing it because his vocabulary is very limited. And so again, I do get there has to be some type of protection system in place, but at the same time, it needs to be a system that is fair. And I think too, on the fact that we need to figure out how they are allowing the possible harms and possible, what's the new demoral?
They're facilitating it. They're rolling it. It's not allow.
They're just doing it because they can and because it makes them money.
Yeah.
And there's no what do you call it?
Don't think that they're oblivious. They know all about it because they're the ones that started it.
There has to be a point in the law it changed. Just like Connie, just like Kathleen crunched the numbers, and it came back to when the Clintons, early 90s, the policies changed.
1997 when they freaking implemented the Family Safe Act. Yeah.
The Adoption Safe Family, the Family Court Act. Get the terms right so that if people use reference,
Family court and family safe is two different things. Repeat that again, Jennifer.
It's horrible.
The Adoption Safe Families Act could have you dragged into either family court or dependency court. It applies to both.
Not to be confused though with like Jim said earlier, it's the family court is a whole different. Family Courts Act is a whole different thing, right? Yeah, that's a whole different argument.
Family Court Act. I looked it up, but what everybody's straight is, where did it take off? Like, where did it go from? Okay, we have a baseline amount of cases, and so this is happening in our culture, and then whoom, kids are being kidnapped. There's milk cartons with 20 kids in the 19.
No, Aaron, 1,200.
Yeah,
I would like to know in time when they started using this possible neglect. Because last I knew,
so here's the deal. So no, because before we're going to say all this, hold on. Let's clarify everything. First and foremost, that America Safe Families Act came out in 1997, and it was people. I'm tired of people bashing Connie and bashing these people because if you're going to say it right. What happened during that period of time? There was over 900,000 kids stuck in the foster care system. These kids were being stuck. They were aging out. It was not supposed to be like that. So what happened is the Clintons incentivized adoption to get some of these kids out of the foster care system and get them into regular homes.
And they actually pay more for the teenagers.
Now, so this was a great idea at the time. Absolutely it was. So these kids could go off and move on with their life and get into a home and all of this stuff. Now, what should have happened once the numbers dropped, they should have taken the incentivizing factors away from it, but they didn't. They kept it there. Now that's what drives that. So we can't sit there and say that the American Safe Families Act was a bullshit and this was the evil fucking devil that came across and did this, because at the time it made perfect sense to do what they were doing to get these kids into a home.
Well, my feeling is I believe there's still, and because of the traumatic stress to these kids, that they're being put in an institutional setting, a hospital setting, put on psychotropic drugs, where if they were in their home, this wouldn't be going on right now.
Correct.
You know what I mean? It would be, right. You know, hey,
look, you in apples and oranges.
They might have a mouse
shouldn't be taken out. Kids should not be removed from a home. Period.
No. Period.
Plenty of reports out there state that the second those kids are taken away from their parents, even if it's just for 10 fucking minutes, the game is over. You have broken their trust bond. You've broken everything that you've ever been as a parent to them. It is over. They've already screwed these kids up for life. And you too, as a parent.
How come we cannot find one state that's actually crunched numbers and they've actually shown our point of view that these kids are coming out of the systems worse than
because they haven't been studying it long enough yet. This is
because it's irrelevant.
You would think a couple of psychologists in this world or psychiatrists would be all over that and do a group study.
Dr. Bruce McKenzie, Lauren Pichard, every day she's doing a new expose. She's even showing the therapy sessions. There are reputable, credentialed psychologists in the mix.
Woman out of New York, correct?
Well, no, he's out of Texas. She's out of California, but originally from New Jersey.
Who's the one that was a little Asian woman that went to
Can anybody get hold of her?
Brandy Lee?
Bandy. Nobody can get a hold of her. If you can get me a hold of her, please. Bruce Lee's sister, Bandy. To speak to your point earlier, Darren, remember once upon a time we were talking about how now there's the perfect storm. You've got the removal, the traumatizing removal, and then didn't they televise the Elian Gonzalez case where talk about the perfect storm when you were pontificating on that and musing on the.
In 1997 again. Now, again, I'm not advocating for this thing that the Clintons did because we all know behind this was really the monster. That was it. But the real meaning of what they were doing at that time was proper and correct. So you can't really yell at Connie and all of them for that shit.
No,
they were really doing the right
we're
thing.
not. And
hold up, listen up. So at this point in time, also what came about? Elio Gonzalez. Does everybody remember him?
Yes, we were all over it. It was all over the news.
You remember the kid on the front of Time magazine that was being taken away by, and this I never even thought about this till right now. By who? The ICE agents taking the kid out? Remember? And they were ripping the kid away from his family, and the Time magazine cover said, like, are we going to do this? And blah, 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 blah. Do you remember that?
We watched it in the evening news. Yes.
No one did, and no one did a fucking thing. That's what gave them the go-ahead to do this shit, because no American was outraged. They didn't have any fight. They had very, very little resistance to this thing when there were literally pictures of a United States police officer ripping a child out of the hands of his parents out of a closet with full combat gear on and taking them away. And nobody said a thing.
I remember that picture. Yeah.
That was going to be the image that goes through every page. If we were going to oppose law enforcement in that moment. Flashback, Alien Gonzalez, 1999. I saw in the news. It was so. It was inconceivable how horrible it was. So that's why they by televising that, they put the lockdown on any parent ever opposing a removal, because they didn't want to traumatize their child to that extent.
Darren, you need to play that video I sent you on Facebook earlier. That Never in America.
Okay.
That full documentary by Ryan Matta.
Well, we're still. This is tonight's show is about bring out all the groups. Right now, we're trying to stay on topic. Who else do we have to talk about? There's
partial. It has partial. It does have relevance
to the topic. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
You can keep talking while he's pulling it up.
Yeah.
Well, we're. Yeah,
but I still have the Grand Football. I will pull it up, Becca, but I got the Grand Football one that I want to pull up right now, and then I'm going to play Becca's. But just because I've been looking for this one for 15 minutes, but here it is. I want everybody to take a good look at this. If anybody out there still wants to sit there and say that we're bashing on Francesca Amato and all of this shit, well, I've got the one that blows the freaking doors right off of everything.
Oh yeah.
Has anybody ever heard about her going to Washington D.C.? Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here's this, because you know that's not her. Well, I'll just let you go.
That's not how it went down.
Yeah, right.
This is good. This is her claim that she was at a congressional hearing about 6 years ago, right? I think she said
table with some.
She never talked about this before, but she was going to Washington D.C. It was 6 years ago, I think, or 7 years ago. She was having this congressional thing, and she needed a bunch of money to fly her team out there, and she needed money to raise to bring all these people to Washington, D.C., and all this. And does anybody that follows her now know about what I'm talking about here? David Jose. I think David Jose was the guy's name that she was with, right? Well, looky, who's got hooky? Because I happen to have the video of their private little congressional hearing that they tried to play off like they were some sort of fucking doing something when they're really in a little empty room, just kind of like what they just did, and they tried to play it off to everybody like they were sitting in Congress. But wait till you hear this. This is good stuff right here. So to all you Francesca Amato supporters, well, if this doesn't do it, I don't know what does. All right, let's check this.
Can you blow it up for us?
I'll blow something up, Henry.
I'll blow it up, baby.
Okay, here we go.
Be right back. I need another drink. Tea.
Yes, sir.
I want people to see her face. So they say, this ain't no audit or fucking AI made Henry bullshit with Darren.
Darren couldn't fucking make this. This is garbage footage. Look at it.
Thank you very much, Becca. That is the kindest thing you've ever said to me.
Keep creating off lists so we can bang them out, baby, because I want to know the best of the best in this country, and I want people to come to the table and say, let's get this done. And I'd be even willing to accept her, but I'm not going to listen when she tells me she's a forensic expert and she doesn't know both parents have a fundamental right to the child, and the child has a fundamental right to the parents. And if you are dealing with a narcissist, that narcissist has got the right to heal themselves. That alcoholic's got the right to heal themselves and make them whole, come back into the children's life.
Darren, why are we not watching this video and listening to Henry preach?
I don't know, because Henry keeps talking.
I've been waiting for it to start.
You don't see it?
Yeah, we see it. We're waiting on you to play it.
Hear it.
Oh, there we go.
The power is
Sorry.
Turn it up.
in the people.
Is it
So
unmuted? No.
in order for
No, I get it's light.
We can hear it.
Yeah, it's a chancy video. It's not.
opportunity to be able to speak with you and to
Hi,
explain some of the
Francesca.
things that are going on in my business and everyone. Thank you for coming and taking
Look at them
this
laughing because they know that
opportunity.
they're filming
Appreciative
this thing
of
fake.
that, and I'm appreciative to
John's in the
Representative
back room
Milo
waiting,
for
just so you guys
opening
know.
up the doors for all of these things to happen.
John.
Francesca
Mhm.
Amato just made a statement that seems to be very harsh.
I
It
think they're just
seems
talking to themselves.
that when you say
He's
something
he's
like
he's
a
talking. You guys
judge
can't hear this,
or
really?
an attorney
No,
You
barely
what he's
hear it, but
saying.
working in
Yeah.
fraudulent
Yeah, the audio is
it
really.
seemed that
Let me
that
see if I
may
can
not
try
be
to turn
true.
it up on
I
this
just
side of
think
the
that
room.
they're like,
I come
he's
here
just talking to the
today as
cameraman,
one of we the
and
people.
you
If
see
you
how
look at
dim the
every
lights
Yeah,
are in the room?
there's nobody here. Right,
That's
there's
why I'm
nobody in
like,
the room. This is their congressional hearing that they were at.
What's funny is they got
Speaking out.
no paperwork. They got no congressional water. They
they're
had to
just
bring
sitting
their
at a
own
table.
water.
Yeah.
One person has a water bottle. One person looks like coffee.
the actual bills of
Yeah,
rights and
all of this is a
declarations of
scam.
rights say that the power is inherent in the people. And so, in order for us
I
to
mean,
be
hell,
able to
that's what my
write a
courtroom looks. I mean,
constitution
that's
and to
what my
be able to
courthouse looks like
create
inside.
seats and offices for
I
judges
could go to a
and
regular courthouse
How many
and look like
executives
that.
congressional hearings
and
do you see with the
legislators,
seats
Okay, I
going the
think
other
you
way?
made this
in
one.
order to do that, we must have first had the power to get it.
Go right
And
to where
so,
she walks.
when we
You made this
deal
one.
with courts and judges and attorneys who laugh when you talk about the Constitution, something should
Oh,
Quickly, a little
Jen,
example
nobody can
for
hear
natural
you. You are
hair.
let
so
you know that
muffled.
this is wrong. Because if
What?
there is no such thing of a Constitution, then there is no such
Young
thing of a
Gonzalez,
government.
having been reunited with his
However,
natural
what I'm
father,
going to do is I'm
he's
going
now a successful
to take some
engineer.
words from our forefathers from the world so that we can, the nation, so that we can hear what it is that our forefathers left us when they created our states and our nation. And so we'll start off with Arizona
That
Declaration
guy's
of
like
Rights
looking like
because
on
that's
all
what
the
our
way to the
forefathers
left. He's like, yeah, what
our
the hell am I
forefathers
doing
left
here?
this
Where'd
in
the
the
guy on the list
Declaration
come
of
from?
Rights. A frequent
That's
recurrence of
great.
fundamental principles is essential to the
Because
security
that's
of
how I
individual rights
got into her
and the
code.
perpetuity of
But
free government. It's not saying so that the government could be free. It's saying if you want to have individual
what a
rights
congressional
and
hearing
you
that
want to
is.
be a free
Sounds like
people,
a history
Yeah,
lesson.
right.
you must
we
You
wrap it up.
want to have individual. You want? Oh my
We got
god!
like 5
back
minutes
to
to do a
fundamental
video.
principles. And so that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to lay some of the fundamental
So,
principles
what about
fathers
Lewis?
left so
Can we
that
talk
we
about
would
Lewis?
not have the problem that we are having
Oh,
today.
we talk about Lewis.
Talk
The
about Lewis.
second
Is that what
one
you
is
said?
political power.
And he was
Yeah,
backstage.
you
Many
He was
can't
also
Democrats
upload
are
earlier
yet.
said
saying,
that
I'm
somebody
asking the government to give us our
So
rights
yeah,
back.
there's the Francesca Armano. This was her scamming
Mm-hmm.
people back in the
Lewis.
90s.
Yes, we. I
In
understood that.
the Declaration of Rights of Arizona, we'll see where Section
So
2 says.
if that doesn't put a nail in the coffin for these Francesca fans, I don't know what does. You can't have a liar be the most important person in the movement that is been had their trust and their hope and their dreams and everything else completely shattered by a system. The last thing that any of us want is a liar bringing us to a finish line that doesn't exist. That's the last thing that this movement needs, and it's the last thing that they want. And shame on you if you are that person and you're trying to lead these people to somewhere that you don't even know where the hell you're going. So yeah, let's talk about Lewis. I actually made Lewis a song yesterday.
And that concludes the. Okay, and who's backstage, Becca? You said someone was backstage.
I went to go get
Or
water.
nobody? Okay.
Jim broke me.
Thank you for sharing. Okay.
Hey,
If
next
if
on the
there
list,
is any,
as far as I'm concerned, we're proving to the people to really question who the hell you're following.
that's what this episode is about, right? Lewis Ewing. I don't know if he's going to jump in. If anybody's watching this that can get a hold of him and tell him to jump in.
Lewis, where are you? Love him.
Lewis, where
I
are
love
you?
Lewis.
I want
He's
to
got
love
some-
Lewis because
We got some good looking paperwork. We got to get into again. Let's debate and see where it goes.
Henry,
Because
stop
without
saying
the
debate.
open mind concept to see different angles from every angle, I don't see how we can just say one way works, you know?
Well, that's kind of what we need is one direction.
we do need to unify one direction. Everybody's scattered. We got some people following Jessica, some people following Francesca, some people following Connie, some people running for office. So if we could find one thing
You got
that
Mark. You got, because I don't want to leave out the parent alienation guys. I don't want to leave out
what's his last name?
Mark
Jessica, some people following Francesca, some people following Connie.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Who is?
We could find one thing.
I'm Jonathan.
Hey, John, you're back.
Turn yourself down.
Yeah.
Alienation guys.
Turn down your sound.
You got to turn off your sound. You got too many things.
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Mute. May I ask
There
your
we
last
go.
name so that we can find you, or are you not there yet?
My last name is Wilson.
With the basketball.
Wilson? Thanks, man.
John,
Wilson.
John is our Canadian connection. He tells us what's going wrong in Canada.
True. I do have mentioned the landlord and with the rats that I already had in the past mentioned in the chat. He was planning to tear the house down yesterday,
that's good.
but nothing basically happened.
No, you're still here talking.
Yeah, I'm still in the same house, same home.
Very good.
So,
John, what do you think's real in this fight? What do you think? What do you think's going on in this fight to the top of the food chain here?
the top of the food chain, I believe that there is more that a lot of you haven't actually properly talked about.
Well, of course.
I mean, there's also a lot more
got?
stuff past Epstein, and that Epstein had been involved in.
Okay, but who do you think? Who do you see as a front runner for the jockey for the position of leadership in this movement?
This parents' rights movement.
We don't even care about we want to know the strategy. We want to know what everybody should be doing. Should we be getting our congressman? Should be getting in our car and camping out on the Capitol steps?
No.
What do we gotta?
No.
I can say I believe that since Gunner was the one who had his case and all that done, and involved that, he was basically the front runner. So that it seems like he would be the one that would be the leader of the movement, and this channel would be basically also the leader of uniting all the movements together.
So do we all throw in our affidavits? I remember at the beginning of his case, he said, "Everybody jump on board. Give me your timeline." So that is the next sound move.
That has been and is been the next sound move.
Where the fuck has everybody been?
But I have to say, the courts here have been constantly postponing my stuff here intentionally to eventually prevent me from even entering the court, because eventually it would be done so many times that they'd have to let a perpetrator that started that got the case going, that I could put the stuff in, they'd have to let him go.
Wow. All right. Well, we're not here to talk about our cases tonight.
No, I'm just mentioning what's going on here.
Right.
So because I already noticed that, and that. That's why I started the landlord-tenant thing, because those rats are also came from the same group.
Right.
So that also leads back to then the group with all the corrupt stuff, the corrupt courts, Epstein, you name it.
I know up in Canada, you guys have that legal kidnapping club, and it's out of California, but it's really a Canadian-run legal abuse. What the hell is the name of it? Legal medical abuse.
Yes, the medical assistance in dying.
No, it's an advocacy group that says people with disabilities are getting abused in the system. Basically, they're cash cows for the United States, and they're cash cows for the system to make money off of these people when they belong in a typical community setting instead of these untypical community settings.
Yes, they're here too.
Right, right.
Yeah. And here in Canada, it's also normal with accusing a person of medical
John, can we
stuff.
get on?
And yeah.
Can we get on to the next person on Jennifer's list? Because I was hoping you were going to bring some new players to our table tonight.
Well, I have two guests here at home, but they're at the moment not in the same room and doing other stuff at the moment. I'd like to bring them on as well because it's they have a certain story. Both of them, they're both, by the way, have say a part native background.
Yep.
And so again, I know you guys just spoke about that.
Tonight,
but they both have.
Tonight is going through a shakedown of advocacy groups. Who's got the legitimate path to bring change? So that's what we're about tonight. We can't get into stories. Yeah, but
I would definitely have to say Gunner's the front runner of the legitimate path.
Well, then we thank you for your vote. I don't know. Gunner's been feeding himself for over 2 hours, so we'll wait for see he comes in. So, but anyways, Jennifer, next person, please.
I'd like to say hello to everyone, and my regards also to everyone. And I hope I can get the guests on maybe a different show to be able to do their story. Even though it's not completely CAS, but it is in regards to the same group.
Right. Understandable. No problem. And again, tonight's all about taking down advocates, and we're exposing advocates for really fraud. So
yes,
if they want to pay attention and sit there, maybe they have some insight. I don't mind, John. So
okay. Let's and again, I want to say they're not gods. So without a crime, they don't have any authority over anyone. And they are.
I believe, John. And again, I don't get how they turn around and use possible neglect or possible abuse. I don't know what happened.
I don't know. He went out. I just lost him.
Hey guys, he was the loudest on my feed out of all of you guys. How's that possible? He's from freaking Canada.
Good day.
Everything fell.
It's freezing in me too.
Through the rooms with the cold more easily.
That's all right. Tomorrow I'm getting faced with
20-inch
snowstorm.
Thank you, Jonathan, for coming in, man. Thank you very much.
New England's going to get it.
You said you'd
Jim. Okay, so if you
all right, moving on.
Jen, shut it. Just a second. Hold on. Jim, on the right side of the screen,
only where you have to say
graphics, captions.
Yeah, I see the chat that popped up over there. Yep.
Okay. Now it says it should pop up a chat where it says chat and then it has an X, show on stream, and then it has like go, and literally it should see where the R is on the bottom.
It won't. Yeah, it won't. It brings up the window for the chat and all the blue boxes with everyone's stuff in it. But unlike the private chat, there's no area at the bottom to actually bring up my keyboard there to start typing.
It won't be blue on that chat part, but
it's weird
because I can do it. I'm looking at it right now. I literally have my key.
Yeah, I can't like type in there. I don't know why I've never seen that.
It's all right. Which chat are we talking about? Our private chat capability?
No, the private chat's working fine.
Right. I can't do the public either, so it's not just you, all right, bro? So
I was just curious.
Oh, it's probably because you guys aren't hosts. It's probably that's why.
Right. We don't have your capability. That's why we're not IT. Me and Jim are not IT approved. Jennifer, next on your list, baby. Hit me, baby. Hit me strong.
That's okay. I was just curious. That's all.
This is going to be a shameless plug.
You're muffled.
Plug.
What?
Okay. Oh man, really?
Yeah, your phone's been muffled all night.
Can anybody? What if I articulate with you? Man,
No, what it is, if
good
you
one.
got a
You're
phone
laggy.
inside of the no, if it's inside of the case, sometimes it back feeds. That's what we notice with people on cell phones.
All right,
What are you
let me take it out of its case.
If you're on the case,
If
sometimes
you're closer to the computer,
If you're
it sounds way
closer,
better.
yeah. And I do know.
Is that any better? It's out of its case now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, you still
I
got
took it.
internet
Bye-bye.
problems. Though. You are better. You
That's
are
better?
better, and you got
Yeah.
Yes. You're better, and you got internet problems.
Streaming, maybe.
No, she's got a
Nah,
glitchy
she's the
problem.
only one that's.
I'll always have internet problems. I live out in a rural.
She lives in the boonies.
Yeah,
All right,
the
but we can
streaming.
at least
20
hear
miles
you
an
now.
hour
You're not.
into civilization. I live in.
Yeah,
We
you
hear
weren't
you, so
muffled.
regardless.
You're
This
not
one is a
muffled now,
shameless
so-
plug.
All right, Herbert wants to know some.
What about-
Herbert just questioned something here. He just asked a question about
What about?
the loopholes. Herbert said, "Where the hell is he here?" Toll and roll. Facts over lives. Friends of toll and rolls. She loves toll and rolls thing. Let's see. I saw the question about Herbert. He wanted to know holes in people's stories, I guess.
I hear loopholes in her story. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Is that
It's
what he
literally
said?
on the screen, Tard.
Yes, very good.
Here's the
It
thing.
wasn't
If
for us
someone
cards.
makes
Please
a
wouldn't be there.
claim, they have to bring receipts. So she made several claims in there that Dave is defrauding everybody. Bring the sample of where he took money from somebody, and they asked for it back, and they never got it back. She has to. You can't just throw a truth claim out there without 2 or 3 examples of why the statement that you just made is true. It's logic one. I took a class called critical thinking and logic. So to regard anything out of her mouth as truthful until there are 2 or 3 pieces of evidence each truth claim. Right now, those are claims. So I
Yep,
think that's
and
as far as we
again,
need to go.
Williams, she likes Francesca, but again, she's frauded a lot of people, man. You don't know how the long list is. I'm telling you, my arms list right now and how many people have been frauded financially from her false promises and false hope. And
Henry's
that's
one
what
of
we're
them.
trying to get to the point of. I'm not looking to bash anyone, says they can't talk, do their thing. If you believe that heartedly in your movement, go for it. But when you're sitting there seriously portraying people and telling them, hey, we're going to get to the end. This is what we're going to do. Just believe in me. Well, I'm tired of hearing faithless belief. I want to see proof on how you're going to get us across the line.
Where's your bill
By
number?
law. No, just by law.
What's the bill number?
The law
That
makes sense,
right. That's what
the law makes sense. Again, my first question to Tanawa will be, Tanawa, how are you going to argue in the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, if they do not allow pro se litigants to argue their own case? It's not a hard question, and I'm not defaming the guy.
How are you going to do it, Henry?
Show me the logic, brother. That's it. Jessica, I believe in your town hall. I believe in hitting all of them, but parents aren't going to hang their hat that we got to get 40 million town hall complaints to go be able to do something at the federal level. I don't get why we can't get 20. Nobody's not explained to me why we cannot act as our own attorney general. Again, we have that right as a citizen to act as a private attorney general. Yes or no?
No.
One
No.
man. One man.
Really?
Yeah. And we've got Cyrus doing it right now through the and he's sent amicus to Texas. Yes, one may act as attorney general. I would advise one to read up on that, but for everybody else. But yes, it is an option. We're going to bring up was
So hard.
the
You're
grand
breaking it so hard.
jury.
Oh, God, the grand jury. That right there.
That theory of the grand jury.
Pursuant to
doesn't
the
make
First
sense.
Amendment,
That is bullshit. That's not
We have
even
freedom of
freaking possible.
press,
Yeah, I don't believe
religion,
in it.
assembly, petition for redress of grievances, right?
But there's a proper. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm
No,
going
not
to dead the grand jury shit because that is ridiculous, and the grand jury is absolutely out of this
I
world.
don't know what to do.
Kathleen is off her rocker. She literally, you have to. There is a procedure.
On what ground? Tell me your grounds. What is your rationale for why?
You can't just be like, "Oh, I'm gonna make an indictment against you." No, dumbass. You have to take that to a prosecutor, and the prosecutor still has to determine if they want to prosecute that person.
The prosecutor that would prosecute.
Not you can.
We're not going to name call. We're not. No, I'm going to put this out. We can debate, but we're not going to call names, and we're not going to.
Yeah, you can gather all the evidence you want, but you can't. You specifically cannot.
But
you don't have that power.
If we have the power for grand juries,
Do you know
guys,
what happened?
I can't hear a word she is saying.
How did the Magna Carta get signed? How did the Magna Carta get signed?
I don't know.
I don't even know what the Magna Carta is.
Passed. Does anybody know?
No.
With an inkwell and a quill?
I mean, somebody signed it, obviously.
Because people back then were of like mind and they stood up for what was right and just. So we can put all this stuff forth.
There was an imperious, tyrannical.
You know what I mean? Like, you got to at least have some on board.
But my question to you guys is over the 250 years of the history of this country, how did we lose the rights of grand jury? And then again, the next fact is, how are we the first?
I'm suggesting
250 years that are going to be the ones that solve the grand jury mystery. I just don't get it. Because if there's that much lapse in time from when the Constitution was started, I get the principle started the Constitution. But now what yielded to what way of law did they go? And I thought it was a common law.
They are common law, yes.
So
but they've essentially taken everybody's voluntarily given up their rights.
Yes.
This is issue.
Complacency.
And nobody has stood on it.
So
nobody's held anybody accountable.
Again, in my mind, I'm thinking after 250 years of this country, how are we the idiots of modern society going to bring back something that was only recognized at the start of the system?
It's going to take another 250 years to get back there. But that's only if we continue to head in the right direction.
I just don't see how a grand jury, we the citizens forming a grand jury.
It's not possible.
You have to start voting in like-minded individuals that basically honor.
I get like-minded, but then at the same time, somebody say that
are going to stand. They got to get the people. You got to get the people in. Just like in Britain and the UK right now, they're destroying, the essence of who they are by their basically like their capitulation, and they're just destroying all their rights. So until they change their rulers or their leaders, it's only going to get the same. And look at what they're doing. They're using like the cops and stuff over there to enforce. This is a gang. This is a cabal.
And the same
crap
is an organized crime, and that's where we should be looking underneath the statutes to start charging the courts underneath RICO and organized crime.
I tried. Look at Ethan Smith. Look at Ethan Smith and Jenny Lynn with Article 78. Nothing. There's hundreds, if not thousands of good cases out there like theirs. But again, these individuals are protected so high that if this supervising judge or this judiciary oversight judge of a district or whatever does that, they're gone. They're gone. For God's sakes, look what they did to Nancy Schaefer years
They have
ago and
these
her
people
husband.
killed on purpose for a
Look
reason.
at Nancy Schaefer and her husband years ago.
But it's
Tell
in
me,
regards
who's got
to
the power to
grand
do that?
jury, and
CIA?
groups that are trying to form the grand jury are not the last ones that I'm aware of are still in jail in Colorado, correct?
My point exactly. Do you want to end up in prison?
That's referring to
the charges that you're bringing, Aaron
Yeah.
pointed out at the
8.
beginning of the show, and said to the judge he was being charged.
But there's
The
still
Colorado
like
8
we were
never
talking
went
earlier.
public.
There's still
Why do you think
there's still a procedure
Just
that
this
you can't
time.
just walk in.
Before you go to bed tonight, ask yourself a few questions. I'm going to lay like 3 questions out there. One is, what are the foundations of the Constitution? What are some of the things that had happened that brought about the Revolutionary War? We have them written down. Those are documents that we can go to. We can all refer to them and make it.
On our money.
Yeah, money.
Right?
There were egregious violations in many, many different areas. Yes.
Jennifer, wait 1 second. I want you to try something. Try shutting off your video camera to give you a better voice connection.
Okay.
See if that would help your connection at all. Go ahead, retry us, Jennifer. Go ahead.
I'm speaking. Is that any
Keep
better?
trying. Oh, phew.
Okay.
Oh, you're cured. Sorry, audience. You've seen enough of her face. I want to hear her voice. Go, baby.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
And now she just hung up.
I hope she can come back in.
Well, here's the thing. Like,
am I making sense,
you made
Darren?
some good
Weigh
points
in on this
about the foundation of the
grand jury,
Constitution.
please. It
makes sense. It does. But
I speak for
remember, if no one is willing to honor their oath, like these judges or like I have for the U.S. Army, whatnot, then it's all fluff. It doesn't go anywhere. I mean, I get it. We got to get back to the foundations, but they wiped their backside with our Constitution.
They care not about us. They don't care about the Constitution.
Right.
They don't care about any of that stuff. And
because you're in a
no enforceable
maritime
power
court.
with the grand jury. If you just go in as a group of peers and try to come in there and do the grand jury thing, what are you going to go? Where? It's like Tanawa. It's like these groups. Where are you going with it? You're no more than a bunch of us right here.
Look,
sitting here talking about it. Let's talk.
Go in there. You're in maritime court versus the court of the land. Many people don't see that.
Right.
And in maritime court, I told these judges to their faces in family court that the only thing you're missing here, feeding me to the sharks, is the plank in the water for me to walk out, and you push me over. And
yeah,
that's
and supposedly
the thing.
that's there somewhere.
They are
probably the singing.
Here, somewhere it's there. But
yeah, it is.
You hit something right earlier, Jim.
Court is a ship.
You hit it
in the courtroom somewhere.
He hit it.
That's
elegant.
what people, going into these courts, because they're handling like these legal matters related in like a navigational commerce on seas, beyond the land. So anything like contracts, Constitution,
this is true. What he's speaking right now is the truth. Go to your courthouse and look. Guarantee you it'll say maritime law or
right. And the common law jurisdiction is determined by geographical boundaries. And you have these to include the state courts in like a lot of civil and criminal cases, but maritime law is just so, I don't know, so special or specialized that, it's similar to common law and stuff, but they could just do what they want because they know that, we're beyond the boundaries of
the jurisdiction is
the jurisdiction, the land. So, and when I said that to them, they almost died. And what did they do? Oh, we got to go. We got to dismiss. Well, wait a minute.
Well, you make them abandon ship. That's a
yeah, it's great.
They're throwing themselves off the plank.
I thought the captain was supposed to go down with the ship. The judge should have.
No, they jumped it first.
He said something to me that just totally impressed what ties in every single one of us. What we have is unethical people willing to wipe their asses with our lives, and they don't care. How do we make this effectively change so a judge does not have that? And my only idea is obviously strip the immunity. So even
That'll never happen either.
Well,
You need
you're seeing
someone
it.
like
Texas
us.
is going after the bar.
You
Texas
need
is
someone
going
like
after
us
it.
to get a law license, to go for it, to get in that position. And then you need more individuals to follow suit, and before you know it, it gets back to the way it used to be.
Here's the
It's
thing: we
literally
all
that
just
simple.
need to be. There needs to be somebody more powerful than these people that are in power.
Well,
but none of us are ever going to be that powerful.
This is my argument. Ready? This is my argument as applied to the ADA. The designated responsible employee has the authority by Congress to end discrimination when identified. It's never clarified and said, oh, well, we're going to give the judges immunity. It doesn't. I clearly got them on the hook right now for their administrative duties. But I think there's also a courtroom ethical duty that, sort of like your anti-bullying laws. And
look up the judicial ethics.
Right. But
they're canons.
But again, the ADA fits in there, but this gives the power to the designated responsible employee to remove that judge immediately once discrimination has been identified. I believe it's two people, the DOJ and the designated responsible employee. And you guys laughed at me earlier as the state's attorney general, but I've gotten it right now as a tester of the system, and I can be named as a private state's individual attorney general because I am a tester of the system. I have the right to turn around and go after these people. Please, somebody fuck with me and debate me.
Well, we all have the right to do that. So what the hell are you talking about?
Underneath the ADA, it's an automatic removal right to the federal court. You don't have that inside a state court because state courts should not be ruling on their own discrimination. Again,
no, but any argument of a constitutional hold up. Any constitutional argument, the lower courts can't rule on those. They have to be brought to the federal level. So yeah, they do.
True, that too. But look, again, look at they were scared to death. They did not, discriminate against my ADA. It was decision and order, immediate. However, you look at Mark Fishman, and he's been nothing but discriminated with ADA.
And he's got a disability, and absolutely.
Yeah, but to bring back to your point, why hasn't that case, even with the firing of the police officers for police brutality, and that gets back to 241, 242. Why hasn't that case gone to that level you're talking about, the federal?
Because what I see is the ADA is a big dog. Hold up. What I see is the ADA is a big dog with a big bark, but there's no bite. There's nobody that comes
I will agree.
Enforcement.
He's got a lot of good people behind him pushing that case.
There's a lot of intent behind the ADA, and the states are not willing to accept because
That's
it
exactly
absolutely
what it is.
brings
It will not let it go.
It brings a complete modification to the system.
Yeah.
If what I'm saying is true, that means
Look,
throughout your whole system, and if you think about it, from the time they engage you to the time you're ruled on, the possibilities of you getting discriminated against are very, very high. And I don't care because we all know
anybody that goes into the system, though.
Right.
They discriminate anybody the moment they walk in and start talking to the police.
Look, they don't want to win. The bottom line is they do not want a win. If we get a win, it is going to be used like, for example, when a lawyer puts forth to a judge to try to convince the judge, a good lawyer will actually take the cases where that were done. And I had one good lawyer out of 12. I had one good lawyer. And that lawyer put forth cases to show the judge of the patterns that in this case, if the other parent, whatever, did this, this is what happened. And that does work. And I seen it work. Like whatever, almost 7 years ago, between 6-7 years ago. But once you get that case on that federal level and it wins like that, now you can actually use that case. You have a right to. It doesn't matter. It's like 50 state statute. So in other words, if somebody won in Utah or California and you're like, wow, that happened in my case in, I don't know, New Jersey or whatever, like you can put forth that case. And the thing is, you find a lot of those cases that are now case law, 50 state statute, and you just, that's how that happened, that worked in my case.
Right. Okay.
And you can use that template. Not just obviously for family court, but because you're showing the judge that, and those cases can go back, 30, 40, 50 years. It doesn't matter, which is good because it's 50
Hey, she's back.
Which I mean, realistically, baseball goes both ways. So I mean, there's people that have won argument. It depends on who's judging. So I mean, realistically, I mean,
well,
it's a shit show anyways. I mean,
but if you find good cases, and find enough of them, like I think we had like 8 or 9 of them where it showed the absconding of a child across state lines, citing UCCJA and habeas corpus file. That was a huge win.
Do you mind sharing that information?
You got to be better than the arguments.
Yeah, the lawyer, her name was Amy Cosentino down in Florida. It was the very first episode when I was on Slam the Gavel, and it worked. And
so you don't have the 9 cases that she used?
I have the paperwork I can dig up. I can get that and
give it to Darren. He can put it on his CBS Breaking News.
Yeah, I'll put it on the CBS Breaking News, man.
Yeah. And that's all we are about, guys. We're about sharing information and seeing what works on the path, and let's go
being transparent.
Jennifer, I have heard nothing but no, don't do it. No.
She's muted. She's on the phone. Shut up, Henry.
Damn it. No women listens. Like, I was giving her the platform to speak because we heard nothing but muffling from her. And hey, listen, Kay Williams, I'm getting tired of the way you're posting. Your ass needs to come on his show. Darren, give that.
Have to show her face. She doesn't have to show her face.
She does. You don't have to show your face. And if you want to talk muffled, well, we can do that too. Please, you got some good points. I think you can express some shit.
Who are you talking about now?
Fact check it before you speak it.
But again, we're not responsible for people's wrong statements, but that's what we're trying to get to the fact of right now, where I think our parents' rights movements have to start fact checking shit. And the only way to fact check is to have an open discussion.
Henry, where have you been?
Right, that's what the whole show.
I didn't always say that.
Listen, I'm putting it to the people who just came in the whole 9 yards on what our point is. This episode is strictly, again, we want you to come on. If Darren puts the post up there, next person can come on. I want to hear what your ideas are on how to reform the system.
All right, hear me out.
Stop speaking misinformation. Stop lying. Quit being secretive. Be transparent.
Jennifer, can we start with you redoing your whole grand jury, because that was so muffled and you were trying to make arguments and we couldn't.
Tell me buy this.
Well,
okay, you're all aware. Everybody in America gets social studies or history or civics or whatever. So everybody knows, and this is common knowledge to everybody, even naturalized citizens have to know this stuff before they're sworn in and they're brought into the nation and they're welcomed just as though they've been born here. There are 5 essential freedoms that are guaranteed in our First Amendment. Those are, I remember them, SPRAP, S-P-R-A-P, speech, freedom of speech. And that's a risk that we take by making freedom of speech. We take the risk that we're going to have to speak out against authorities, against those in power, against those that are in positions to hurt us, to retaliate against us. But that is the price that one of the risks that we take in saying across the board, speech is protected. Speech, press, the right to write it all down. I can distribute flyers. I can be here right now with you on the internet. We can hold I can have you, write out your ideas and we can spread them among each other. Press,
Right.
flyers and brochures and stuff
Sit
like
on
that.
a soapbox and sit on a corner and cry like a early Englishman, right?
That's a form of press. What David
Oh, it's
Weigel
not
is a
press.
form of press. He's making it permanent public record. He's got his own Facebook page with the 501c. That's a freedom of press, we're replacing the 5 o'clock news. Okay, and it's all, you can go back to it and refer to it. That's pretty much characterized as the press. Journalism, assembly, religion, as if you go back to what our founding fathers had said at the inception, they said that essentially religion was the right for us to serve our deity in the manner which is most befitting, as aligns with the dictates of our own conscience. We have a right to do that. Religion, SPRA, assembly. We can do it together. We can get together and discuss these ideas. And why do you think that the founders, in their brilliance, in their genius, in their experience under a tyrannical monarchy, why do you think that they put in the First Amendment, the next thing is to petition the government for redress of grievances? Why do you think that is all part and parcel, sandwiched together in the First Amendment together? Anybody got any ideas on that?
It's because that's the only way to correct and keep the government honest is by the ability
Checks and balances.
Right. To be able to question its purpose.
We haven't even gotten to the part where we got separation of powers necessarily. Right now, we're just talking about SPRAP. And why is it all tied together? Like, what do you put on last on your outfit? First, when you're getting dressed, you put on your undergarments, your frock or whatever.
Right.
And then you put the shoulder, and then you got your epaulets, and then you got your helmet. And what do you put on last?
Should be using big words. I don't even understand.
Belt. That's just, that's my tying into what is it, Galatians 6:16, the armor.
So what, the belt? Where are we at?
Exactly. You hit it. Exactly. That's our lawyer in the group. Thank you, Darren. The belt. What does the belt do? If you didn't have your belt,
holds everything together.
Just exactly. And that's why
it's up.
And that's why it's last in the First Amendment. I mean, I'm not channeling the forefathers, but I'm thinking in terms of if I were under a tyrannical government for however many, and if the king were doing such and such, and how would I write this so that future generations could, beyond a shadow of doubt, ensure that this never happened again? Why did they write it in the order that they wrote it? Because that ties it together. The petition, they have speech, religion, press, assembly all together in the First Amendment. Why isn't it spaced out? Why isn't one of them in the Ninth Amendment? Why isn't one? Because these need to be in place in order for the belt to tie it all together. They're all together and they're related, and we need to view it as such. We need to not just say, oh, we have freedom of speech. I can tell you to screw up if I want to. That's not, they're all together because they are the key to holding our government officials, the different branches, accountable and obtaining redress. It's not the freedom just to petition for the redress of grievances, because what's number two? Number two is if number one fails and you have no choice but to bring some meat and to perhaps be a little more, shall we say, a little more vocal.
The shot heard around the world was known as
Lexington and Concord. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Should we need to? We've got number two, and it's number two for a reason, because number one might potentially.
When number one fails, number two is supposed to succeed.
Yeah. Number three, it was just a part of the day. That was what was going on the day, the Quartering Act. It was because, he was sending his troops over here. It was it King George sent his troops over here, and he made us responsible for feeding and housing them, even though he was using them to try to, and I don't completely object to what he was doing. I understand he wanted to, they need to pitch in. We just defended them, the French and Indian War. There's a debt to be paid. They should foot their part of the bill and did it. That's neither here nor there, but that's why we have them in the order that they're in order, because they had lived under tyrannical monarchy and they were like, okay, well, what are we going to need? What things need to be in place? And then one and number two. So that's my foundation for the grand jury, is that we are assembling. I asked earlier the question about why, tell me a little bit more about what you know about the Magna Carta. Magna Carta was the people decided to get together and say, you know what, this ain't happening either. Just because you're the monarch doesn't give you the right to exploit and tyrannize us. And a small group of the people in that region who were under the tyrannical monarchy, the small group got together and said, this isn't happening anymore. And you notice that the numbers that came out of it, magical number 25, I think 65 people were actually present for the gun under King John's neck. You sure you don't agree with us? Are you sure you don't agree with us? You might not wake up tomorrow, but are you positive? Can we think we could change your mind? Why? Where do we get that number 25? Because 25 people was all it took to effect the necessary change for, I might sound a little, people don't want to hear this, for the voice of the people, that it was supposed to be for the good of the people. If you look at governments, historical governments, look at the Torah. What is the Torah? The Torah is everybody be nice to each other. Okay, that's one of the laws, whether or not you believe that it was handed down from a supreme deity. That's not my point, bringing up the Torah. The point is that government is for the good of a community.
Darren, are you going to show my video?
A lot of crazy stuff in that book too.
Yeah, we got that there.
I'm not here to debate each of those points, but
Right.
if you believe that a loving creator brought this book, to us, and he gave the law to Moses, and if you want to take a second and just, I wonder what the Torah says, and you read through it, you will see that those are the precepts, those are the foundations for a civilized society. Don't lie, cheat, and
I
steal.
just don't like the discrimination of being labeled as a goyim or something.
That's not in there. That's not
No,
in there.
really?
Not at all. No.
That one's over my pay grade.
Nope. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy are the Pentateuch. They are the instruction, and nowhere in there does it say that the Goyim are nothing but cattle. And if you're not a descendant of Abraham, which, think about it. How did you get here? Trace your genealogy. You're probably related to one of the 12 tribes at some point. Go back far enough. I've done my genealogy, and we've traced our stuff. We've got James, the brother of Messiah, in our family tree. And which line of David, we're genetically related to these individuals. So anyway, read your Torah, and you will see that it is the prescription for a just society, for a loving society. And that's why Israel kept getting its butt kicked, because they wouldn't take care of each other, and they wouldn't.
With the religion being taken away from this country, how would now the moralness of a grand jury be reinstilled if nobody's been able to do it for over 250 years? That's where I'm not getting the fact of it.
Well, let's start with the simple fact that 2/3 of the states are saying that the grand jury is optional. A third are not conducting it, and 2/3 are saying it's optional. It's not. The Constitution is still the law of the land, even if some people are wiping their butts with it. It's still the law of the land, and it has not, as Tanawa brings forth.
But are they making it optional to the person being brought before it?
It's always working in favor of the government, in favor of those in power, and that's why the First Amendment reads the way it does. First, you got and Kathleen does this all the time. First, you got your articles, and your articles describe how it's to be structured. And then the next is how it's to be run. So, how it's supposed to be structured. We got your separation of powers. None is more powerful than the other. And you got this one can check that one. Rock. It's paper, scissors, rock. The first 7 articles are paper, scissors, rock. This guy can do this to this, and this guy can do this to this, and this guy can do this to this, and this guy can do this to this. That's what the first 7 are, if you can think of it in those juvenile terms. It's maybe an oversimplification, but after we get past that part, that goes on to, okay, now let's talk about the freedoms of the people, and that's the First Amendment, the freedoms. And like I was just saying, the grand jury is a part of that. It doesn't use the word grand jury, but that comes later. That's in the Fifth Amendment. So it's all tied together. This is how we petition the government for redress of grievances. We do it together.
So my question is then, again, because you're on the jury, and I love the jury part, because that's what we're missing today is the juries in our courtrooms, where we've somehow left it up to the decision of one man for efficiency, and through that one man, the corruption can take place. And
we didn't agree to that. You and I didn't agree to that.
I didn't agree with it, but I mean, when did this start? That's when did this all break apart? Because if we've been around for 250 years, I cannot see the first 200 years of this country being ran appropriately to the Constitution, that all of a sudden we woke up one day and says, "Oh no, that's no good. We're going to go our way."
It wasn't. It was a mess. It was a mess. They told half the people, half of real flesh and blood people, melanated people, that they were only worth 3/5 the value of a person. That's like saying you're worth 60 cents. A white man is worth $1 and a black
the
man
day
worth
where the government was passing laws to protect itself from slavery and in the whole 9 yards, like Tanawa likes to refer to. I think it's 1878 or something. He refers to a case where they gave themselves immunity.
Yeah, is that constitutional, where they can get a get out of jail card free? The king can do no wrong. No, you know what happened when they started pulling that bullshit? A knife under the chin, because no man is above the law.
So our question is how do we put that pressure back on the system then? Because we know we're not going to be able to get
the third part. That's the third part. First, you do the grand jury, and in having written it up all in alignment with the current system as we know it, first you put all the case details and the authorities, and this relates to 18 USC 241 242, and this one relates to CFR blah blah blah, and this one relates to, you lay it all out. We met and we found that this to be true, and we lay it before a candid world. You invite the public. You don't do like the Colorado 8, like we were talking about earlier. They did everything in secret. They did it all behind closed doors, and then they were spanked down for being a renegade. We're not renegade. We're following the First Amendment, and we stand on the
Says
William.
you.
We stand on we got Judge Scalia's his opinion to stand upon. That there are no rules. There's nothing written down anywhere that says that you can't hold your public officials accountable, but that's what the First Amendment says, is we're supposed to do it together.
And I cannot believe nobody in the history has argued at one point you just said, why can't we hold public officials accountable? I mean, the extent of case law just on those words alone should be somewhere to see in there where we could datedly look at it and say, okay, this is where it failed because of one judge ruled inconsistently, like in that 1778 case that gave the courts immunity. It just doesn't make sense to me why we're not just going after that first and
going after that case. That's one strategy too. Go after that case. We can show instances of where Judge Chiravella was charging these kids as adults and locking them up in his own private psych ward and banking to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. And it was
what year was this?
90s. Remember Biden just granted him clemency.
Yeah, well, in 2013, the Kids for Cash schemes in Pennsylvania,
That's what I'm talking about.
judges, it was 2013. And what happened was when unfortunately, that teenager got into the system under the Kids for Cash schemes, committed suicide. And, he couldn't take it, and he shouldn't have been there. The mother was actually at Biden's exit. And he pardoned the judge or judges that were fined like hundreds of millions of dollars. I think it was over $200 million. And she was screaming, good for her. She was yelling that you killed my son, and he had pardoned this judge or two judges, and nothing happened. But they exposed them for so many years, where they were bringing these kids in that had these like smaller type of misdemeanors, and they were basically scaring them into signing that, hey, look, if you don't, if you don't sign it, you're going to really go away for a long time. And the kids and the parents didn't know, sign. And next, they're in, they're not really in juvenile, they're in like jail, prison, and and that. It just got exposed, but
here we go, guys. We got Kimberly's back here waiting for us. I didn't even see that. Kimberly, I'm sorry. Let's get Kimberly out here.
I'll bring her in, please, because she's.
And then I want to go on the other 2 points. The grand jury is not a one-legged stool; it's a three-legged stool.
Kimberly, how are you?
Yes.
How are you, Kimberly? Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks. I don't know what to say. I'm
Well,
shy. I
start
guess.
with what do you do? What do you fight? What's your beliefs?
My beliefs are that you shouldn't mess with people. They don't mess with you first, but they've messed with me in the courts. So I'm going after him pro se.
Hell yeah.
I've been going after him pro se. I filed in the Supreme Court of my state. They wouldn't even reach the merits. I filed to the juvenile court many times, and they just
What
strike
do
it
you
from the
know?
record.
What do you know about Shakedown? That's the topic of tonight. Tell us more about what groups or what advocates or what strategies have you known to be effective? Do you have anything to share on the topic?
Or strategies that she might be using for herself too that's effective.
Well, I don't. Oh, my husband's here with me too. If he starts talking, sorry.
You're welcome.
Well, that's effective, but I mean, I filed
Your cell phone's breaking up.
anybody.
Come back to us, Cooper. Come on, get in that range.
Heard my contempt filing against her. That's the only thing.
Kim, step towards the window.
Is that-
Your cell phone's breaking up.
I'm on a laptop
Oh, you're
in a basement.
Oh shit! All right. Well, you sounded good there, so keep trying. You just sounded fine then.
But yeah,
What, you said you
the
went to
only
the
thing-
Supreme Court in your state?
The state's Ohio Supreme Court. Yeah. They.
Oh, you're in Ohio. Okay.
Yeah, they made
So
the
what,
other side
what have you done there?
respond. But they made the other side respond. They filed a motion to dismiss. I filed
It's my state.
opposition to the motion within the deadline, and my argument was just fine, but corrupt. So
Who
Yeah,
is out there?
Ohio's
Who
got
runs out there,
problems.
Becca? Who's your?
the Supreme Court buys blanket bond.
Becca, what?
Counties, they are all on their own individual county
You're
blanket
back
bond.
to breaking up again.
What'd you say, Darren?
Who is out there that's leading this? Who's in this fight out there for advocates and things like that out in Ohio? Who's the?
There's
people
a
that-
couple entities. I've had Nikki on my show a couple of times. She's kicking ass out there.
I've got a
Two, the judges.
I brought the list so we could stay on. Nick Shirley. Is Nick doing anything? You know, the newest guy on the scene?
No.
No.
Nick Shirley.
Yeah, the kid who was the one who broke the Somali daycares.
Oh yeah, the podcast guy.
No, we literally have a huge murder case going on literally the next town over from me right now.
What does that have to do with the
Because you asked about Jen, really.
I really don't see the connection. I'm not being a dick.
Wow, you are being a dick.
What is the murder case?
No, just the fact that I haven't heard anything about any CPS thing for like an advocate in my state per se, because there's been literally a murder that's went like nationwide. That's like the next town over for me.
He had Nicole, right? Nikki out there.
Yeah, Nikki. Nikki's in Columbus. She's like 60 miles away from me.
Kim, do you know any advocates out there in Ohio? Have you run into any groups or anything like that have been there to help you or assist you in anything?
Me.
Well, I'm in
No,
Pennsylvania.
there's
I'm in
none.
Pennsylvania,
No.
like far in the northeast.
Right. So you haven't heard anything out there?
Well, the Ohio border is probably a good like 9 hours away from me, but
You're on the other side.
Yeah, I'm on the northeast side, like the Pocono Mountain side. However, the advocacy like groups and stuff, most of them are like for me connect like Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey.
Okay.
Okay, but there is what the hell is it? There is. I mean, I know Marianne Petrie. She's literally like in Pittsburgh, so that's kind of like towards the west
Getting
middle.
closer, right? It's getting closer. It's still a little far out,
It's
but
getting closer. It's still a little far out, but geographically speaking, there it's she's probably the closest one that I know that's closest to the Ohio line. Off the top of my head,
Right. How about Kimberly? How about you? Do you know any? I mean, I know you're the one that we're talking to, but do you know any people that are leading the way out there? Kimberly?
Sorry, my up on my laptop. I'm to the computer. Or I mean my phone. I'm to my phone right now because it's keep cutting you guys out.
Feel you.
Are you doing anything, Kimberly? Like, are you on a DC? Do you have a bill? Do you have a constitutional amendment in your back pocket that you're trying
Are
to
you starting a grand jury?
No, I've just been trying filings myself. And
Has anything been effective? What was your trick? Like
No.
earlier, we heard from Jim that he had a trick. He had a convocation of people gather around the courthouse the day after the 30 days had expired, and boom, it worked.
Maybe you are the next upcoming advocate that we need to have move this. Who knows? Until we hear from you, we don't know. Kim could be our diamond in the rough.
Okay, so she's working some stuff. It sounds like private case stuff, though, more so than who's next on the list. Has
Yeah, but
anybody?
if she's doing something that's working, you know what I mean. That's what the whole point is, to get people to come out of the woodwork and start showing what they're doing and achieving goals.
Jim's worked. Jim filed the right papers based in fact and law, and then he used his First Amendment. He assembled, and the redress was forthcoming. So we've got
And
one.
again, Jim, if you could share them papers, people want to learn. That's all we're here for, is to learn. And I don't want to be guided down a path that I know in the end is not going to be successful.
Correct. And that's always been the name brand of this station, and my motto for everything is to.
I will say this: when you do self-represent as pro se litigant as well, and even if you actually have a lawyer, in there with you, if you just say you're going through it and you're like, you just know, like, that's all bogus, whatever. You always want to make a record. So, raise your hand, like we're back in third grade. Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Shock. Your Honor, I'd like to put something on the record. Okay, Mr. Shock, you may. And in most cases, they'll let you. And I've actually overstepped and got stuff on the record because my lawyer wouldn't do it. And that was actually critical in actually getting almost 50-50 in my case. Like, that was, you want that on the record because eventually you want to get that transcript. Because you need that transcriptional evidence fact. You need that. It's because once that case is over that day, if you don't get that history, think about it. Emails, all that stuff, all the T's.
Force the record. Force the record.
Force the record. And, and that's what you need, because they just don't want to hear, you do a federal lawsuit, whatever. They don't want to just hear.
It has to do with they're well trained to play a skit out in front of you like you're getting due process, and they're looking for keywords to take apart every single case. And
no, it's literally because you stipulate with them. Hello.
Yep.
Yeah. You get like I said, you make that transcript and you sidestep those court actors and you do it professionally. And don't forget, at the end of the day, they're bullies. So you can't let the bullies take your lunch money. You have to, if like when I was on your other podcast with Becca and the other lady, Alicia. I had stated that if they were decibel 38, I was decibel 38. If they were 55 or 99, I matched. And that was key. And that showed also respect.
Hey, here he is. Here he fucking is. Mr. Ewing is in the house.
Oh, wow.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Ewing. How are you today?
You are the talk of the community, Mr. Ewing.
Or you even let Becky even pull her
Hear you,
picture out
bro.
for you.
We can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Darren.
Yeah, definitely, Becca. Good call. He's a Darren.
Yeah.
Mr. Ewing, we cannot hear you. Keep tapping,
Nope.
but you got to unmute.
I'm
you know what I
enjoying
can
my
do now?
Texas Roadhouse. Leave me alone, Darren.
I can do this now.
Chew with your mouth closed. My eyes.
Yeah, that's just not fair that you're able to go to the kitchen.
I'm getting hungry.
You fucker!
Mr. Hewen, you better get that mic going because we've been at this for almost 3 hours and we've been waiting for you, my brother, because we want to vet you. Not in a bad way, but in a good way so that we, the people, understand your angle.
You're still muted, Lewis.
Darren, did you make that mistake again?
What we're
No,
going to
he-
do
he's all
is
good.
we're going to fly him out an IT guy and fix his whole computer system.
Let's see if I can go to his camera. Oh, all right, Ewing. Which
I'm getting food. I'll
which
be right back.
microphone are you using, Mr.
You
Ewing?
made me hungry,
Logitech,
Becca.
Realtek, Scarlett, or Logitech?
Type
Hey,
in the chat. We can't hear you. And everybody notice the books behind his head. He has spent, what, to the tune of tens of thousands, would you say, Lewis?
Those just those
He's-
are just
he just-
decoration.
Yeah, that's just a background.
I'm
It's a
getting
filter.
food. I'll be right back.
How's that?
All right, we'll be here.
Microphone Scarlett Solo. Is that?
There you
we
go.
are. Yes, sir.
Loud and clear.
Hey, I
So
see a
what
post
do you guys want to know what my plan is for CPS? Is that what you want to know?
Yes, sir.
We want to know the slam dunk. We want to stop wasting our time with meet me in Washington, D.C. and send me your affidavit if those are not the way to do this. And you
Right.
claim
Well,
Hey.
I'm gonna mention something first. Like after we get up the call here, I'm gonna go through it real quick. I want you folks to all, after we get off the call tonight, I want you to look up COINTELPRO, and it's spelled just how it sounds: COINTEL Pro, PRO, COINTELPRO.
Hey,
It's an offshoot of the FBI and the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
Their number one job is to infiltrate hate groups, militia groups, freedom-minded groups, tax honesty groups, white supremacist groups, anybody that's an anti-government group, and the family law groups. So COINTELPRO's number one goal is to keep all the groups divided, conquered, and fighting amongst each other. Okay, so we've got mothers' rights groups, fathers' rights groups, equal shared parenting groups, split custody groups, stop domestic violence groups, domestic violence survivor groups, stop medical kidnap groups, stop forced adoption groups, stop parental alienation groups, live beat dads, deadbeat dads, and then every type of fight CPS groups or stop CPS groups. Okay, some of these groups have hundreds of members, some of them have thousands of members, but they've accomplished their main goal. All these groups are divided, conquered, and fighting amongst each other. COINTELPRO's number two goal is to keep all the groups on the same losing path, doing the same stupid shit over and over again that gets zero results. Okay, number one, marches don't work. Rallies don't work. And I've been involved with family law since 1999. So marches don't work, rallies don't work, protests don't work, signing petitions don't work, speaking at county councils doesn't work, speaking at city councils doesn't work, speaking to the state legislature doesn't work, wasting money on plane tickets and hotels and eating out to go to Washington, D.C. to try to speak to Congress, that doesn't work. Filing judicial review complaints with the Judicial Review Commission is the fox is guarding the hen house. And filing bar complaints with the State Bar Association doesn't work. And then
Doesn't that hit them where their insurance lives, though?
No.
And after 4 complaints, they're uninsurable. Doesn't that hit? Isn't that at least a bullet? Chinking up their armor?
No,
it's not even a bond. What about the judge's bond?
Yeah, it doesn't.
People have been talking about that for years, and it doesn't get results. Okay,
Yeah.
So my idea is to do something different that no other group's done. Okay, my plan is to file a motion for a declaratory judgment that the entire family code's unconstitutional. But underneath that, I'm going to have 4 prongs of attack: charging CPS with violations of the state racketeering laws, You have to do that first before you can file federal RICO. Okay. So first we start at the bottom. We file a violation of the state racketeering laws, which the acronym, the nickname, they call it the state mini RICO laws. Not all states have it. 33 states have their state law version of the RICO laws. They're called state mini RICO laws. Then we do the federal RICO, and then on the flip side of that, we're going to have I'm going to force the presiding judge of the county superior courts to convene a state grand jury to investigate and prosecute CPS, and then I'm going to force the presiding judge of the United States District Federal Courts to convene a federal grand jury for the purposes of investigating and prosecuting CPS. Now, to make that happen, I have to have the underlying factors in place. So I'm going to be using the parents to file like a discovery motion into their court cases. I'm also going to have the parents I'm going to do a state law public disclosure request to the main CPS office in your county. And I'm also going to do a state law public disclosure request to the main CPS office in your state capital. Okay, so hopefully, since these agencies are so huge and convoluted, one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing. So what's going to happen is the CPS office in your county is going to provide some things, and the CPS office in your capital is going to provide other things. And so we're going to see what one provides, the other doesn't provide. We might be able to pull out a Brady violation according to Brady versus Maryland. If they withhold exculpatory evidence, that could be grounds for a dismissal of a case right there. Now, separate from that, I'm going to be doing a FOIA request under 5 U.S.C. 552, 5 U.S.C. 552A, and the 1974 Privacy Act to the Secretary in Washington, D.C. And so I'm going to be investigating CPS for financial crimes, for documents the state sent through the United States mails that contain any materially false statements. Okay, and so if I find evidence of financial fraud or any materially false statements in support of an application for federal funding, there's a series of statutes that could violate 18 U.S.C. 286, 18 U.S.C. 287, 18 U.S.C. 1001, 1002, 1003, the mail fraud statute, the violation of the Hobbs Act, the violation of the bankrupt fraud statute, the false claim statute. There's literally almost a dozen federal statutes they could violate. Now, the declaratory judgment, that's the main thing. The main goal is I'm going to identify the goalpost. No other group has identified a goal. Oh, we did a march. Now what? What's next? Oh, we're going to plan another march next year. Like, well, when are we going to get kids back? Forget that. Protest. Okay, we did the protest. The protest is over. Now what? Well, let's do another protest in a couple months or this summer. More time's going by. Your kids are in custody, and you just want to talk about doing another protest, another march. Well, let's do a rally. Same thing. Well, what's the goal? Oh, we're going to speak at a county council meeting. These people are scammers. Speak at a county council meeting. They want donations of money. Okay. Jessica Saxton, Tanama Downing, they're bullshitting people. Tanama Downing is a convicted felon. He's never won a single case in any area of law. He's never won a CPS case. Jessica Saxton, same thing. She's never won a case in any area of law. She's never won a CPS case. Neither one of these two, they're not attorneys. They're not lawyers. They're not even fucking paralegals. They don't know anything about law. And they're scamming parents into making donations. Okay, you got donations, you got to travel, you went to the council meeting, you spoke to the council. When are we going to get kids back? When are we going to stop the CPS? Well, we need more donations. We're going to go speak to another county council meeting. Okay, now you got more donations of money. You went to a second county council meeting, and it's over. Now what? When are we going to get the kids back? Oh, we want to go to another county council meeting, and we want more donations of money. Okay, when is this bullshit going to stop?
So Lewis, on that subject there, if I did get to the Supreme Court, can I represent myself pro se?
They don't usually allow pro ses to represent themselves at the Supreme Court.
So how is he going to pull it off?
I'm a federal lawyer.
No, how's Tanawa going to pull off his deal?
He's not. He's bullshitting people. That's a lie.
But what about the putting them on public notice? Doesn't that have an effect to the officials?
Not when you don't know how to write a complaint. When you don't have the legal skills and the legal knowledge to write a competent legal pleading, you don't know how to write a proper complaint, they're going to ignore it.
Right.
Period.
Because I've asked them, I said, well, okay, now that you put all these individuals on public notice, what's the next step? And they never answer me.
They're full of shit. You can ask Danielle Gandy, and I talked to about half a dozen other people. There was a group of about literally 15, 20 something people that went to Washington, D.C. with them. They had boxes and boxes of these complaints. They got all the parents hyped up.
Yes, that was
They
August.
had these boxes full of complaints and affidavits, and they were going to serve somebody in Washington, D.C. And what happened to those boxes of complaints and affidavits? They never served anybody. They bullshit everybody.
Government technically shut down, but they were able to get them across the border. But government's open, so why isn't he able to pursue? That's what I'm not getting.
Because their complaints are frivolous and they don't know how to write a complaint.
They weren't complaints. They were just
Affidavits.
Yeah.
Their affidavits are shit. Their affidavits are shit. I'll tell you, Tanama Downing couldn't even get a job as the lowest paid paralegal at the worst law firm in town. Period.
Louis, I came up with an idea the other day underneath the ADA, and it says that my Congress people have the affirmative responsibility if fraud is being committed with federal dollars. Why can't we, the citizens, force our Congress people to correct the system?
We've been trying. They're ignoring us.
But legally, they're bounded to obey the citizens.
Marsha Blackburn doesn't
we talked earlier about grand juries, and my feeling is, again, 250 years.
It's not that easy. Everybody thinks they should be able to just walk into court and, Your Honor, the Constitution says this, the Constitution says that, and the judge is supposed to say, "Oh, I'm scared. Okay, get your kids back." No, it's not that easy. Everybody wants it to be easy, and it's not. Everybody's looking for the easy way out, and there isn't.
Mr. Ewing, do you recall a case, a gentleman in Westchester County, New York, and there was also an Asian mom in the same county, and they had won their federal lawsuits there. Now, the one gentleman was on YouTube, and he explained that you're going to have to take 5-6 times to do it. And every time you enter the old lawsuit that they deny, the federal lawsuit they deny, or whatever, put off, dismiss, whatever, you enter that as the exhibit. Now, I found that after I did my first federal lawsuit, and then eventually they granted my stay, or they gave me the 30 days, whatever, the next step would have been to pay again, and then do that again and again and again under this individual's win. Now, they were the only two cases, but I personally can't find them, but I do know of a father of his daughter who is fighting in New York, and he was able to contact the lawyer, and the lawyer panicked with the Asian mom who won her case for like $20 million. And she said, "How did you get my number?" Blah, blah, blah. And he was like, "Well, you were on the internet and all this." And those were two federal lawsuits in family court where they won. Now, again, I think they've been removed. I've been trying to find this guy's case on YouTube, because he has literally not only a channel, but he has part 1, part 2, part 3. And I basically got to like part 2. But the thing is, every time, like I had to pay $405 the first time, plus servicing fees, because they don't have actually someone that goes out and serves them. So you got to pay at least, whatever the fee is per head of how many people you're serving. However, the feds up there, Southern District, the next time you have to do it, now it's $600. And the fee is increasing. So right there, part of the scam, but he won his case, but it took him a while. I just didn't know if you knew or heard of those two federal lawsuit cases that won against family court.
I don't know about those specific cases, but I disagree that you have to do something 5 times. I mean, everybody has their own different experience, but some people will get a case and get their motion granted the first time out the gate. Others will get their motion denied, then they have to appeal it. But I don't think it takes 5 times to do something unless you're fucking up really bad.
He was entering each federal lawsuit as like the first one was Exhibit A, or Exhibit 1, and then the next one was Exhibit 2 or B. So he was compounding on the old cases that they kept denying. Finally, he won, and I think his was like something like $10 million, something like that as well. I forget exactly what he settled for, but I'm gonna try to find him again on the case.
This was a CPS case.
No, family court case. There was 2 of them in New York, Westchester County. The one
So
With
this
the-
was just between like the husband and wife over custody of a child and not a CPS case?
Correct, and they put the federal lawsuits against the courts.
Interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something I would like to read. But back to what I was saying about what's going to make my Operation Greylord. Okay, the whole concept of the Operation Greylord.
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to start out with the declaratory judgment that the entire family code is unconstitutional. I'm going to take the family code off the civil side of the court, where currently they're using what's called the preponderance of evidence standard. So if you go to the law library, ask the law librarian to show you how to where to find books of evidence, or you can go to Westlaw or LexisNexis and purchase
That's supposed to be.
McCormick's on Evidence. Now, if you go read McCormick's on Evidence, it will tell you that the preponderance of evidence standard is the lowest threshold of evidence there is, based upon the weight of a feather at 51%. This is how social workers are getting away with going into court, committing perjury, telling lies, providing hearsay testimony, and the judges are rubber stamping, stamp that emergency pickup order, 50 to 100 of them, without ever reading any of them. That's how they're getting away with it. So I'm proposing to take the entire family code off the civil side of the court after I get a ruling that the entire family code is unconstitutional, and I'm going to move it to the criminal side of the court, where in the future, if the CPS wants to terminate a parent's rights, they have to charge them with criminal dependency, criminal abuse, criminal sexual abuse, criminal negligence, in which case they have to use the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, the same as any other criminal case, and now they automatically get a jury trial. This would solve the whole problem. They would eliminate right now, if this happened today or tomorrow, that would eliminate 90 to 95% of all cases. That's it. I'm basically announcing the end of CPS. And I've identified the goalpost. This is what we're going to do. Okay? There's nobody else in the entire United States that has identified a viable or realistic plan. They just keep talking about doing the same dozen things that don't fucking work.
Darren, didn't you cite a statistic earlier this year about how 98% of cases were truly unfounded and overturned on Apple?
CPS. Yeah, that was in CPS.
Yeah. So no, Lewis, your statement that 95%, it's actually 98%.
Yeah. Yeah.
98%.
So that's
at that point, anyway, we're dealing with such low amounts. The whole point is that there's a high amount, like regardless.
I was saying you're even.
But see, that just makes my program even better. It eliminates 98% of all the bad cases.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
I know I've demanded that when I've been accused of stuff like that for whatever between 6-7 years in my case, and every time they wouldn't do it. I demanded a jury trial. I demanded to get, and they just won't do it.
Well, here's the problem. Right. Mm-hmm. A lot of people say, why don't we just put a bill before the legislature and make it so that they have to give us a jury trial, and they'll deny you. And then you'll say, well, why? They're going to tell you, well, because when we enacted this family code, we specifically put it in a statute in the very back chapter somewhere. It says there shall be no jury trial in the family court. So what is the solution? The only solution, the only way that you can overcome that is you have to get a declaratory judgment making a ruling that the entire family code is unconstitutional. That's the only way to do it. There's no other way to do it. And nobody's ever suggested this. They just want to do marches and rallies and protests and speaking at county council meetings, signing petitions. It's all bullshit.
It seems so obvious.
So in regards to that, you started off too with the RICO aspect of it. You're seeing a lot of groups firing up. Oh, RICO, Texas. I pointed it out to Darren today. And then I know there's Florida, California. Again, why aren't these people being charged, the Bar Association, as a criminal organization that basically is operating like Google? They have a monopoly on all our legal rights, and they can do whatever they want with them.
You can't go straight to RICO. Okay. I tell everybody that people that talk about RICO, I've seen this over the last 20, 25 years. I've seen like 4 or 5 different groups. They come out and say, we're going to go RICO. We're going to file RICO against CPS. And everybody gets excited. They bail out from all the other groups. They join onto this group. And then 6 months to a year later, these groups all just disappeared with their tail between their legs because they found out the hard way These people talk about going straight to the top. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just trying to impress everybody else. Ooh, Rico. Ooh, we're going to do this big thing. These people are talking about legal concepts that are over their head. They don't understand it. Okay. The federal RICO statute is a federal statute. It was written and designed to be used against employees of the United States government. It was written and designed to be used against employees of the federal government. A CPS social worker is a state employee. A family court judge is a state employee. Okay, so it doesn't apply. What most people don't know is that right now it's 33 of the states that I know of. It's been 10 plus years since I even looked at that. I'll have to look it up now. I don't know if any other states have enacted, but at least 33 states that I know of have adopted the federal RICO laws into their own state statutes. And they call it, most of the states call it the state racketeering laws. In my state, they call it the State Criminal Profiteering Act. But if you read it, you're going to discover that these state racketeering laws, which the acronym, the nickname is called the mini RICO laws. They are written in verbatim, a mirror image copy of the federal RICO laws, but it's a state statute, not a federal statute. This is designed to be used against a state employee. So you have to file your claims first at the state level. When these people try to go right to the top, that just shows they're beginners and they don't know what they're doing. And I discovered that these people got their lawsuits dismissed. Why? Because they failed to exhaust all their administrative remedies at the state level. And a lot of parents will say, Mr. Ewing, you're wrong. The judge denied all our motions. We exhausted all our administrative remedies. And then I ask him, well, did you file a complaint against them for violating the state racketeering laws? Well, what's that? Okay, just shut the fuck up. Because you didn't exhaust all your administrative remedies. You didn't file a claim against them in violating the state racketeering laws. That's what you were supposed to do first. These people put the frosting in the cake pan, but forgot to put the cake mix in first. You have to file for a violation of the state racketeering law first. Then you can file the federal RICO. Now, on condition, okay, to bring in federal against a state employee, first you have to file all your underlying claims for violation of the state mini RICO laws. And then, if you have proof that CPS is transporting kids across state lines from one state to another, that becomes federal. If you discover through discovery or public disclosure that the state has sent packets of information to the Secretary in Washington, D.C. that contains any materially false statements, and they're applying for federal funding based upon false or perjured testimony, that now becomes a violation of the mail fraud statute. If they're sending in any email or text messages regarding this false information, it now becomes a violation of the electronic mail fraud statute. You know, or like I said, transporting across state lines becomes a violation of the Mann Act. Transporting kids to Epstein's Island to have sex, that's a violation of the Mann Act. Okay, so you could bring in the federal claims, but only after you've filed all the underlying claims. So my Operation Greylord, you know, I don't know if you guys know this, but Operation Greylord is the largest, most successful FBI sting operation in all American legal history. It started in the 1970s. It ran through the 1980s, and they prosecuted over 100 public officials. Over 30 of them were state superior court judges. And I first started reading about these cases like 25 years ago, and I'm actually, at that point in time, because I was studying how to sue cops and prosecutors and judges, because I don't like this fucking court system. I don't like cops, okay? So I started purchasing copies of the files of some of the better cases for Operation Greylord, and I was getting phone calls literally within a few days of me getting them. And somebody was calling me up. They wanted to purchase copies of the file. Like, who are you? How did you get my number? And they said, well, the court clerk gave us your number. They said, you're the last person to get a copy. Well, why don't you get copies from the court clerk? And they said, they're not going to allow it. The judges ordered the cases to be sealed. And I said, yeah, dude, I'm not selling you my copies. I've got the blueprint how to send judges to prison. So I got a rap on that shit now. I've also pulled cases around the United States, how to sue prosecutors. The best case in the United States to sue prosecutors is a case called Kalina versus Fletcher. And that started out in the United States District Court in Seattle, Kalina versus Fletcher. Norm Mailing, former King County prosecutor, that guy didn't like me. He's dead now. Fuck him. I'd piss on his grave if I knew where he lived, where he died, where he's buried. So he appealed to the Ninth Circuit in San Francisco. They ruled against him there. And then he appealed all the way to the United States Supreme Court. He spent over $500,000 trying to argue that his prosecutors should have absolute immunity for knowingly using false and perjured testimony to put an innocent man in jail, and knowingly using false and perjured testimony to keep an innocent man in jail. And the Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to even grant you qualified immunity for that. And so that's the best case for suing a prosecutor. And it's very important to people that want to sue a CPS, because the CPS, by signing the dependency petition, by signing the abuse petition or the neglect petition, they're committing a prosecutorial act. So they fall subject to the same violations under Kalina versus Fletcher that any other prosecutor would. And they're scared shitless of that case, Kalina versus Fletcher. They don't like it. So my Operation Glory Lord's got the 4-prong attack: state mini RICO laws, federal RICO laws, state grand jury, and then federal grand jury. Now,
Grand jury.
You want to ask a question?
No, I was saying the grand jury is a part of this. I knew that it was a part of this in some way, shape, or form.
Now, the causes of action. I'm going to tell you guys 14 causes of action. None of these other groups. I really believe that the majority of these groups are COINTELPRO. Okay? Like I said, number 1 goal, keep all the groups divided, conquered, and fighting amongst each other. Number 2 goal, keep all the groups doing the same stupid shit over and over again. It doesn't work. Number 3, if they find somebody that's rich, that has money, that could contribute to fighting the system, that might be a danger to the system, these people, they will glom onto the rich person and get them to waste their money on useless projects. Sooner or later, the rich person gets pissed off and they just leave the movement. Okay, and they think everybody's trying to scam them out of money, and then nobody could ever approach them again. And then number 4, the number 4 goal is to discredit somebody who's legitimate, somebody who has a successful track record at fighting government and winning, somebody like Louis Ewing. Okay, they'll try to discredit me. And that's what COINTELPRO does. Okay, so now the causes of action. You guys are going to know this is real. Okay, how am I going to get that ruling? Number 1, my first argument will be that the entire family code is unconstitutional because it violates the separation of powers doctrine. We have 3 branches of government: executive, legislative, and judicial. The executive branch only has executive authority and power. The legislative branch only has legislative authority and power. And the judicial branch only has judicial authority and power. So the argument is the legislature has no authority to enact a statute that would purport to allow untrained, unqualified individuals to engage in the practice of law. Every state constitution in all 50 states says the authority to regulate practice law is vested solely in the state Supreme Court. Only the state Supreme Court can regulate the practice of law. The legislature can't license an attorney or authorize or grant permission to an attorney to practice law. Okay, they can't do it. Only the judiciary. So there's the first separation of power doctrine. Now the second one, every state constitution, we're talking there's 2 constitutional violations, the U.S. Constitution and the state constitution. So those 2 clear-cut violations of the separation of power doctrine. The next 2 violations is the executive branch. Every state constitution and the prosecutor statute says the executive authority is vested solely in the office of the elected county prosecutor, his deputy, and special prosecutors. And when you read the requirements under the law, every deputy and special prosecutor has to have all the same qualifications as the main elected county prosecutor. Number 1 of which is they have to be an attorney who's a member of the bar. Number 2, they have to have a letter of appointment signed by the main elected county prosecutor. And number 3, that signed document, the letter of appointment, has to be on file with the county recorder's office. And then number 4, all those deputy and special prosecutors have to be a registered voter, a citizen, an inhabitant within the city or county in which they want to prosecute a case. Well, CPS social workers are not attorneys. They're not deputy or special prosecutors. Okay? They don't have a letter of appointment signed by the main elected county prosecutor, and that letter of appointment signed by the main elected county prosecutor, which doesn't exist, is not on file with the county recorder's office. They are committing unauthorized practice of law, which is a crime. Now everybody says, well, Mr. Ewing, they passed a statute that says they can do it. Okay, well, guess what? For those sovereign citizen types to try to argue Mr. Ewing's a statutory guru, we know the common law. Bullshit. This lawful and legal. Okay, what I'm telling you is here's a proper way to make the lawful versus legal argument. Right now, there's a statute that authorizes a social worker and a guardian ad litem, by the way, same thing, The statute makes it legal, but it's not lawful. And the only reason it remains legal is because nobody's challenged it. Doesn't mean it's lawful, but it's legal because the statute exists. Nobody's challenged the statute based upon its constitutionality. They have not done it. Okay. Number 3, all the constitutional case law for administrative agencies says that a corporation must be represented by an attorney who's a member of the State Bar Association. Well, guess what? CPS social workers, they're employees of the DSH, the CPS division of DSHS. They work for the CPS, DSHS corporation. They cannot represent CPS. They're not attorneys. Okay, so now we're up to 8 constitutional violations. Okay, so now let's go to the different type of dependency petitions. There's a dependency, neglect, abuse, sexual abuse. Okay, if they're not appointing counsel, that's a violation of the 6th Amendment. A lot of times the states will say, well, we don't appoint counsel to kids that are under 14. Well, there's an age discrimination violation under both state and federal constitutions. So now we're up to 8 constitutional violations. Okay, go ahead. You got a question?
Would the GAL qualify as child's counsel for the child?
No, and that's a good point. You brought that up. I should have brought it up right before the council. Okay, there's another violation of the separation of powers doctrine. So my advice to all the parents: have a guardian ad litem. You stop the judge and say, Your Honor, I'd like to ask, is this guardian ad litem an attorney who's a member of the bar? Yes or no? If they say no, you say, well, Your Honor, I demand this court appoint my child to counsel under the 6th Amendment of the United States Constitution and the similar provision under the state constitution. So now we're up to 10 constitutional violations. Now, if the judge tells you, yes, they are an attorney and a member of the bar, now you're going to ask a more advanced question. Well, so, Your Honor, I want to ask, this guardian ad litem you say is an attorney, is a member of the bar. I need to ask you this question. Is he or she representing my child in his or her capacity as assistance counsel under the 6th Amendment and the same provision under the state constitution? Or are they representing my child in his or her capacity as a guardian ad litem, but not under either the state or federal constitution? You're going to hear the judge's asshole pucker. He's going to slam his gavel, and he's going to run back into the judge's chambers, and he's going to be wondering, who the fuck's in my courtroom? Asking this kind of advanced question, because most parents, they're CPS victims, they don't have this kind of legal knowledge to ask that kind of a question. And that is a very important question to ask. Okay.
That was an awesome question.
The guardian ad litem is the enemy spy for the court, and
Absolutely.
they're the enemy spy for CPS. So you need to really demand that they appoint your counsel, file a motion to eliminate, tell the judge, Your Honor, I want every statement obtained from my child out of my presence and without my attorney's presence, stricken from the record, not be allowed to be used in court. Okay, I'm supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. You've traded an adversarial position between me and my child, making it like they're the victim of the parental abuse, and I haven't been found guilty yet. I'm supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, so I demand my child be appointed counsel. So now we have that 6th Amendment constitutional violation, the state constitutional violation. Here's another thing they're not telling the parents or the kid. Under every state constitution, you have what's called a first right of appeal. That's an error of constitutional magnitude. You also have the first right of appeal under the U.S. Constitution. It just doesn't use those exact words, but you do have a right to appeal every single case. So we have the right to counsel dependency. We have the right to appeal the finding of dependency. Now, 6 months later, they get to what's called a disposition of the dependency. You, the parent, and the child are entitled to have counsel under the U.S. Constitution, the 6th Amendment, and the same provision under the state constitution. Okay? The disposition of the dependency. So, same thing when they deny it and they make the finding and they continue forward, you have the right to appeal it. They're not telling you or the child that. Those are errors of constitutional magnitude. So, parents, if they had their parental rights terminated, they can vacate, they can file a CR-60 motion to vacate judgment. They could file a writ of certiorari to go back and undo it all based upon those constitutional violations. Now, the same thing with termination. Now, all of a sudden, they appoint the parents' right a counsel at termination. Okay. Now, all of a sudden, they appoint counsel to the children at termination. Why is that? Most parents don't even know. Why do all of a sudden are they required to appoint a counsel at termination, but they weren't required to under the dependency or the disposition of dependency. Well, that comes from a criminal case called Argersinger versus Hamlin. Have you folks ever heard of that?
No.
I didn't even understand what you said. What?
Argersinger versus Hamlin. They
Arthur?
cannot. Argersenger. Argersinger versus Hamlin. It's a holding U.S. Supreme Court decision. If you read that case, it says, we will not allow you to send a man to the county jail or to prison unless he's represented by a lawyer at trial. I can't believe the judges were stupid enough to put this in writing. I mean, literally, I could rape somebody, beat somebody, kill somebody, and if I'm not represented by a lawyer at trial, they can't send me to prison? Really? Read the case. It says that. We will not allow you to send a man to the county jail or to prison unless he's represented by a lawyer at trial. Now I tell everybody, go read the Sixth Amendment. It doesn't say anything about a right to be represented. There's no fucking such thing as a right to be represented. And what I'm about to tell you here is the biggest secret in the last 150 years under the law. They hate Argersinger versus Hamlin. Okay, it's a holding U.S. Supreme Court decision that says we will not allow you to send a man to the county jail or prison unless he's represented by a lawyer. It's based upon an Oregon State Supreme Court decision called Stevenson versus Holzman. Stevenson versus Holzman. You guys send me an email, and I can send you the sites for it, and an email that explains a lot about this. My emails are RCW, that stands for Revised Code of Washington, RCW Codebuster, CODEBUSTER, and I have RCW Codebuster at AOL.com, Yahoo.com, Gmail.com, and for those who are paranoid about the government spying on you, ProtonMail.com. I almost said protein mail. What the hell? So anyway, I'll send you sites on that, but most parents don't even know that. And how is it the CPS social workers are getting away with lying? There's two things going on there. They're using the preponderance of evidence standard, which McCormick's on evidence says that the lowest threshold of evidence there is based upon the weight of a feather at 51%, but they mainly got the right to lie based upon a case that first granted police officers immunity for committing perjury in open court, a case called Briscoe versus LaHue. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No.
Okay, it's spelled Briscoe, Briscoe, Briscoe versus LaHue, LAHUE. Briscoe versus LaHue first gave police officers immunity for committing perjury in open court. So even if you catch the cops lying, you can't prosecute them for committing perjury. And I've got case law that says the immunity that was first granted to police officers that allowed them to get away with committing perjury in open court has now been extended to the family court, to the public defenders, assistant attorney generals, the CPS social workers, the guardian ad litems, and even to the family court judges themselves. We are being scammed. We are being fucked. Okay. The entire court system is rigged to steal our children, and I want to put a stop to it. So that's why I have named two groups, Louis Ewing Operation Greylord CPS groups and Louis Ewing CPS Financial Crimes Investigation Squads. The first one, Louis Ewing Operation Greylord CPS groups, that's for parents who haven't lost their parental rights yet. They're still going to court fighting for their kids. They get that once or twice a week visit, 2-hour visit to visit their kids. Their rights haven't been terminated yet. My secondary backup group is going to be doing almost the same thing, but this is for parents who've already had their rights terminated, and they didn't know that they could go back and fight to get their kids back, because the public defenders, the court clerks, and the judges and prosecutors, they will all lie to you and say, well, once your rights are terminated, that's it. You're never going to see your kids again. They're just lying to you because they don't want you to come back. They're scared that you're going to come back and figure out their fraud and that you're going to sue the shit out of them.
Mr. Ewing, just a quick question. So the two groups that you have for the ones with the rights and without, are these groups, is there any websites or is it on?
It's on Facebook.
It's on Facebook? Okay.
Yeah, and I'm talking to a couple of web designers now. I'm just waiting for a little bit of money to come in so I can toss some money at them to get going on it.
Okay, thank you for that.
His
They're
email
organized by county, right?
No. What's that?
They're organized by county, is that right?
Well, what I want to do, I'm looking for voluntary state organizers, and their job will be to recruit 1 or 2 people in every single county in a state to be a county organizer. The county organizer's job will be to recruit a minimum of 10 people who are willing to join my groups, and pay the amount that I put. Now, I've listed the price at $1,200 per parent for the first child, $750 for the second child, and $500 for the third, fourth, fifth, whatever child after that. Now, I do realize CPS targets low-income people, people that don't have a lot of money, people that are living paycheck to paycheck. So I don't have a magic motion that's going to do this, get your kid back, file your motion tomorrow, get your kid back the next day. No such thing. There's no magic motion. This is a huge job. It's a colossal task. I estimate it's going to take me 9 months to a year, working 10 to 12 to 14 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week. It's a year-long project. So I decided to split the payments up monthly at $100 a month, which happens to be much less. It's more than 50% less than what most the poorest of the parent would spend on groceries and food to feed their child every month. And right now, they don't have their children. Now, the poorest people I've talked to said they spend $200 to $300 a month, which is really, really low. The average parent, even the poor people, they're spending $300 to $400 a month on food. And I've actually had a lot of parents telling me they're spending $500 to $600 easily because the price of groceries has just in the last year, has gone up crazy. So it's easy to spend $500 to $600 a month. But the point being is, right now, they don't have their kids. What does that mean? It means they're pocketing that $300, $400, $500, $600 a month. What are they doing with that money? Okay, so they can afford to spend $100, period. Okay, so the only way I can give everybody a massive group discount is I have to have a massive group, and everybody has to pitch in a small amount to pay their fair share. Now, back to the causes of action. Okay, so now we're up to literally 10 constitutional violations. The next one is the attorney generals. Okay. The CPS is trespassing upon the authority of the elected county prosecutor and the attorney generals. The attorney generals are trespassing upon the prosecutor's authority. And I've discovered it in my state, and I know it's true in probably every other state, is you look at the prosecutor statute, his duties. Look up the duties of your prosecutor. It says it shall be the duty of the elected county prosecutor to prosecute all civil and criminal actions that come to his attention. Well, how come he's not prosecuting the CPS cases? Why is the attorney general in the counties prosecuting CPS cases? Now, you look up the attorney general's authorities and duties, it says it's the same thing as the governor. Like the governor statute says, it shall be the duty of the governor to see that the laws of the state are faithfully executed. The attorney general statute says the same thing. It shall be the duty of the attorney general to see that the laws of the state are faithfully executed. There's nowhere in the statute that says he has authority to go into the counties and prosecute CPS cases. In fact, here in Washington State, I found the only time that the attorney general has authority to come into the county is the prosecutor in a criminal case or a white-collar crime. The elected county prosecutor has to write a formal letter requesting the attorney general's office send a bunch of assistant attorney generals to help him out. Maybe he's got a bunch of young, inexperienced prosecutors that don't know how to handle a high-level or white-collar crime case. So he's asking the attorney general to send some older, more experienced, seasoned attorneys to come and help him train all his new young prosecutors. Okay. But without that formal letter requesting it, he can't just come in on his own volition. And I've discovered in our state statute, the only time the attorney generals have authority to come into the counties is for a runaway child from another state. That's the only time he can take on a CPS case, if the child is a runaway child from another state who crossed state lines. He can't just come into every single county and prosecute every CPS case. So the attorney general is trespassing upon the elected county prosecutor's authorities and duties. It's unconstitutional. So we're up to a dozen constitutional violations. Okay, so now I'm going to give you something a little bit more esoteric. People who like the Bible are really into this one. Psalms 127.3 says the children are our heritage from God, our inheritance from God. Look up the legal definition of heritage or inheritance. It uses the word property to define it. That's right. The Bible says the children are our property from God. Well, what about separation of church and state? What about the state constitution religious clause? What about the U.S. Constitution religious clause? I've got a bunch of really beautiful case law on the religious clauses of states that says the state cannot interfere with or violate your religious convictions and your religious liberties. He would be in perjury of his oath of office to take away your property. Now, the CPS social workers, what kind of a parent is this? You think the children are property. Well, what about your adoption agencies? When you sell a child, you give them a receipt for the property that you sold. You're selling children, and you're giving a receipt for it when people purchase the property, which is a child. Now, where are the child persons? How do they become property? Well, they became persons. Roe versus Wade. If I reach my hand in a woman's vagina with a scalpel and I cut the baby's head off, it's called an abortion. If I reach my hand in a woman's vagina and pull the baby out and cut its head off outside the woman, now I'm a murderer. I killed that baby. Roe versus Wade says that when the baby comes out in the world, out of the womb and breathes the fresh air, that baby is a person. Person, place, or thing. Corporation, if you want to call it that. Now you go to Dred Scott. Dred Scott ruled that Dred Scott was a newly freed black Negro slave, was a person. Dred Scott, a newly freed black Negro slave, was not numbered or counted among one of the citizens or people of the United States, and therefore could not claim any of the protections, privileges, or immunities of the law, as could a citizen of the United States. So I tell all these sovereign citizens and state nationals, be careful what you ask for when you're claiming you're not a U.S. citizen, because now you no longer have the rights and privileges and immunities as would a citizen in the United States. So when you get arrested and go to Guantanamo Bay, don't be squealing, I have a right to speedy trial, I have a right to counsel, because you're no longer, you're not a U.S. citizen, right? And these dummies didn't even read the Patriot Acts 1 and 2. In the end of it, it says, if any point in time you serve the government with papers with a declaration or intent to revoke or renounce your U.S. citizenship, it says, even if you did it wrong, we'll complete the process for you. I'm like, what the fuck? Go read Patriot Act 1 and 2. It's what it says.
Lewis, what about declaring yourself a living American? Does that bring you a power that would be equal
as opposed to a dead entity with the straw man, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I here's what I think. Okay, I taught seminars to patriot groups in the late 1990s. I hit 20 plus states, and Dan Metter, former friend of mine, considered one of the top tax gurus in the 90s. He owned a building called the Freedom Hall, former elementary school, and he invited some of the top patriots around the country. Richard Cornforth from Oklahoma, Ralph Winterroad from Alaska, Marcia Durr from California, Desi Andrews from Texas, Tim Richardson from Oregon, John Jennings, and Pat Patton from the states of Florida. And there's probably half a dozen other patriots there, but I just don't remember their names. Hank Lewis or something like that. And he made me the featured speaker. And one of the things, he pulled me off to the side. He said, Lewis, I want you to do me a favor. And I go, what? We got over 200 patriots and constitutionalists here, and they all want to go to the all drops, the all caps and the straw man and the Sestacue Trust and all this other bullshit. I said, okay, I could do that quite easily. And so I busted down the argument completely. And I told the crowd, these are silly arguments. And I believe, it's my honest belief that the people who started this kind of stuff are probably undercover COINTELPRO agents. They're teaching you bullshit so that when you go down in court, when you make these arguments in court, you'll go down in flames that much quicker. It makes it easier for the court to send your ass to jail, find you guilty, and you're going to jail. Makes it easier. They don't want you studying their law. See, my method is, people say, well, what's your method, Lewis? My method is show them the mirror. Show them the mirror. If you're going to charge me of violating a statute, well, let me see that statute. Because I'm going to look and see what the case law says about that statute. I'm going to look at the statute itself. Maybe you've misapplied the statute as applied to me, or you charged me with the wrong statute altogether. I follow Sun Tzu, the art of war. Know your enemy better than he knows himself. Okay? So you can't charge me with driving while license suspended, okay, under 462342, because 462181 says every driver's license expires on the 4th anniversary of your birthday, which has been up to 6 years now. Well, my driver's license expired December 8, 1996. Okay? The latest my license could have been suspended under 462311 and 4604,580. It says, both statutes says no driver's license shall be suspended for a fixed period of no more than 1 year. And the statutes for criminal statutes of limitations in Title 9A, it lists the statute of limitations for misdemeanors, gross misdemeanors, and felony crimes. My license could not have been suspended beyond December 8, 1997. So the facts are, I'm not driving while a license is suspended. I'm driving while expired. Well, I'm driving without a driver's license, which is a civil infraction under 46 20-015, which says that it's a non-arrestable offense. The maximum fine is $250. So I'm sorry, officer, you can't charge me with driving while suspended, and you can't arrest and take me into custody, because the criminal arrest without warrant statute, RCW 1031-100, it lists every statutory offense for which you can arrest and take me into custody under section 2A, B, and C. Domestic violence, drunk driving, hit and run. Driving while suspended is in the next subsection 3, which our state appellate court versus state versus Stortron says, we find that subsection 2A and B list every offense which a police officer has the authority to arrest and take into custody, and is worded in the conjunctive. And the driving while suspended is in the next statute, subsection 3, which has now been moved to subsection 16 of 1031-100. And it says it may use the words may arrest, but does not use the word and take into custody. We deem this not to be a coincidence by the legislature. We deem it to be intentional. Therefore, we hold police officers do not have the authority to arrest and take you into custody for driving while suspended in the state of Washington. That was a case called State versus Stortron. I have a flyer that lays this out, that tells the cops you can't arrest and take me into custody. And it cites a case called State versus Redding, a Washington State Supreme Court decision, which reaffirms State versus Stortron and says, well, hey, this is a traffic stop. We shouldn't be looking at Title 10, the criminal code. We should be looking at RCW Title 46, our state's motor vehicle code, and its arrest statute, 46-64-015, which says we may stop somebody no longer than necessary that it takes to issue a citation and notice to appear. And upon review of the statute, we find no wording or language to the effect that an officer may arrest and take into custody anybody for minor offenses like driving while suspended. And they cited the Ninth Circuit cases holding that police officers can't arrest you for a minor offense. And then for the dumb cops who say, well, our policy is we have to write you a ticket once we pull you over. This flyer also contains a case called State versus McIntosh that tells the cop he has the discretion not to write me a ticket even after he's arrested me. I said, show this to your supervisor. The cop got mad. He got happy. His eyes got big and goes, this is great. I can give this to my supervisor and I'm not going to get in trouble. And then I want nothing to do with you, Mr. Ewing. And I'm driving away from the traffic stop, driving while suspended since 1996. I haven't had a license since 1996. And I put a flyer out with my name on it, my home address, my phone number, my email address that says I drive with no license, no insurance, no seatbelt, and smoke pot while driving, and so can you. And you guys don't know this, but I'm the guy that caused medical marijuana to get first legalized in Oregon, Washington second, Colorado third, recently Florida, and about 20 other states. The government's actually in a mad rush to legalize medical marijuana in all 50 states. They've only got like 20-something states done, and I've got almost 40-something flyers done showing 2 state statutes side by side with 2 federal statutes showing you that marijuana has been legal since 1973. But no bar attorney is ever going to show you this. Seriously, how is a bar attorney? You get pulled over with half a pound of weed in the car, 20 baggies in your glove box because you're really selling dope and you got a little scale in there, and the cop pulls you over. How's the attorney going to look you in the face and say, whoa, these are serious charges. I need a $10,000 retainer. You could go to jail for 5 years or 10 years or whatever state you're in. How is he going to look you in the face and ask you that kind of money when you have the answer to beating your drug possession case in your hand? My 1-page ultimate user flyer.
No shit. Hey, I have a question about, I talked about this earlier, or a lot of parents are getting nailed with, I don't care if it's family court, CPS, but they're getting nailed with possible neglect, possible harm. They're not achieving the barrier. Is there anything you can add to say that this is...
Absolutely. Here's the problem. Like I said, I identified it from the beginning. The problem is the entire family code, they put it on the civil side of the court where they get away with using only the preponderance of evidence standard. And McCormick's on evidence says the preponderance of evidence standard is the lowest threshold of evidence there is based upon the weight of a feather at 51%. So now let's go back to the causes of action. I've come up with like 10 already. I'm going to give you a couple more. Have you ever heard of eminent domain and adverse possession laws?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say you're a farmer and you own 500 acres of land and you got a mountain on both sides of your property. One's takes 100 miles to drive around it. The other mountain 65 miles. And you have a nice flat stretch between both mountains, and the mayor of the city on this side of your property and the mayor on this side of the property. They came knocking on your door and said, "Hey, we would like to build a highway through your property, so that it would take us 20 minutes to go over your acres of land and drive from one city to the other. And a furniture truck would like to deliver a couch to your neighbor across the street, and it would take them 20 minutes to cross your property versus they have to go around the mountain. It might take an hour and a half, 2 hours because it's really bad weather, snow and rain. They have to go slow." And the farmer says, "Well, no, my property's maxed out. I could barely make my bank loans. I need every inch of acreage for my corn crops to grow so that I can make my bank mortgage payments." So they get pissed off. They contact the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General comes in and says, "We're using the police powers, eminent domain, and adverse possession. You wake up tomorrow morning with a bulldozer that just tore your fence down, and they're building a highway right underneath your bedroom window." Well, that violates the takings clause of the U.S. Constitution and the takings clause of the state constitution. Now, here's the two wonderful things about the takings clauses. Two things that have to happen. Number one, they have to compensate you before they take your property. Did they compensate any of you parents when they took your children? And the takings clause requires they give you a jury trial. I just got the automatic way where they have to give you a trial. So now we have a dozen constitutional violations that I could get a declaratory judgment granted. Nobody's ever brought this argument up. Okay, the children's property under Dred Scott and Roe versus Wade. I've got case law that says the children are property, and the Bible says the children are our inheritance, our heritage from God. They're our property from God. You look up in the legal dictionary, the definition of heritage and inheritance, both terms, heritage and inheritance, uses the word property to define it. That's right. The Bible says the children are our property from God. Okay, so now we're up to 14 constitutional violations.
Well, wait a second. A declaratory judgment is a legally binding court order that defines the legal relationship, rights, and obligations between parties in a dispute without ordering any specific action.
It has to be written properly, and I'm asking for a declaratory judgment that the entire family code is unconstitutional. Once that happens, I could put a bill before the legislature that will basically tell the state that in the future, if the state wants to terminate a parent's rights, they will now have to charge you with criminal abandonment, criminal dependency, criminal neglect, criminal abuse, or criminal sexual abuse. I'm going to take the entire family code off the civil side of the court. I'm going to put it on the criminal side of the court, where now they have to use the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, the same as every other criminal case, and you'll automatically get a jury trial. This will eliminate what you said, 98% of all cases. That solves the whole problem. I've just identified the goal that no family law group in the whole United States has identified.
That's on the bill side. That's on for future cases going forward. What does it do for people who've already been terminated? What's the
go back and undo something would be a CR-60 motion to vacate judgment, a writ of certiorari, a writ of habeas corpus, a writ of replevin, or if you study civil forfeiture laws, like when the government comes in and they find out you're a drug dealer, they're going to seize your house, they're going to seize your Harley Davidson, they're going to seize your Ducatis, your jet skis, all that. They're going to use civil forfeiture proceedings to do that. Well, you can file what's called a motion to return property under the civil forfeiture laws. So there's another method for getting your kid back.
So you have to lay that groundwork first, and then we build that on top of the groundwork that you've just described.
Yeah, but I have to use the court discovery to file into court. I have to file a public disclosure request under your state public disclosure laws to the main office in your county, and also to the main CPS office in your state capital, and also my FOIA request to the secretary in Washington, D.C. Listen, keep in mind something. I know the law so well, it rolls off the tip of my tongue. And the truth of the matter is I've left a lot of things out. I've oversimplified it.
So nobody runs with it.
Language so that the layperson could understand what I'm talking about. But there's a million moving parts. And while there's paralegals in this movement and lawyers and attorneys that'll try to run off a copy or steal my idea, they can't do it.
Kids don't try this at home.
Okay? They can't do it. Now, here's the problem that they won't run into. I've come up with at least half a dozen ways where they'll try to overcome my motion. I could win the declaratory judgment probably out the gate, but let's say they deny. I know I would win on appeal, but here's what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you in advance why, if somebody wants to be stupid and try to steal my idea, why they can't do it. The Attorney General is going to come forward and say, well, Mr. Ewing, That was really good. You kicked their ass. You finally did it. But we're going to deny your motion. Denied. Your motion denied. Well, how? How are you going to do that? We're going to invoke the police powers. They're going to declare that CPS has been in business for 75 years. They've done so much good for the state. They brought in so much money for the state. Mr. Ewing, these judges have mortgages. This assistant attorney generals have mortgages. The CPS social workers have mortgages. The bailiffs and the court clerks and the county sheriffs, they have mortgages. They've got car payments. You don't really expect us to fire all these people. If we fired all these people overnight, they'll be getting foreclosed. They're getting their cars repossessed, and they'll be homeless and living on the street. Let me ask you,
That's the mission of RICO right there.
do you know, do you parents really give a fuck if these judges and social workers lose their job and lose their house and get
no.
Fuck no. They're raping sodomizing, raping, and beating your children and sending them to Epstein's Island so they can have sex with them. I want them to become homeless because you know what? A lot of parents are losing their fucking jobs over this shit. Couples are getting divorced over this shit. They lost their family over. They're destroying families. They don't give a fuck about us, like Michael Jackson said in the song. You know, they don't care about us. That Michael Jackson song, that's a fucking perfect song that describes this. Okay. But no. So how do I overcome that? How do I overcome the police powers? And that took a lot of research to figure that out.
Well, they just admitted it was a RICO crime. They just named all the parties.
We'll get there. Okay. Everybody wants to go straight to the top first. That's why people get their RICO lawsuits dismissed, because they go straight to the top because they're looking for the easy way. Okay. This is going to be a lot of work. I have to file. The case law says if I have evidence that the agency, the corporation is committing felony crimes, the case law says I have to file a writ of quo warranto to dissolve the corporation. That's right. I'm going to prepare and file a writ of quo warranto to dissolve the entire CPS. And you're going to love this part. I'm going to file a writ of quo warranto to dissolve the State Bar Association because they're leading organized crime. They're the ones that did all this shit. They put it all together to steal our kids. Okay. They're going to be so busy. I'm hitting them with 4 attacks. State racketeering laws, that's the mini RICO laws, the federal RICO laws, state grand jury indictment, federal grand jury indictment. Now, here's another frosting on the cake that none of the people in the family law movements have told you this. Okay, I'll tell you this flat out. These people, the so-called leaders in the family law movement, they're not capable of leading the way. They don't have the legal knowledge. They don't have the legal skills. They don't have any consistent or proven track record of winning cases in any area of law. All these dumb motherfuckers, they don't have 1/10 the legal knowledge or experience that I do. And that's a fact. I don't care if you think I'm arrogant or conceited. It's a fact. Because guess what? Like I said, 1999, I got involved with family law. They haven't moved 1 inch. It's 2026. And I see that the entire family law movement, all those different groups I named, they have not moved 1 fucking inch. But in 1999, I wrote a CPS cannot search your house without a warrant flyer for all 50 states. And I wrote the 18 U.S.C. 5033 invoke your child's right to remain silent flyer. Those 2 flyers alone have caused dozens of children to be returned from the CPS without people ever hiring me. It's caused dozens of children not to be taken in the first place. My 1-page flyer is better than the court fraud warrior scam movement, which hasn't done shit. They haven't returned a single child, not one. Okay? David Weigel doesn't have the legal knowledge or legal skills to beat a parking ticket. That's a fact. Same thing with Tanawa Downing and Jessica Saxton. Neither one of them have ever won a case in any area of law. They've never won a single CPS case. They've never returned a single child home. But I'm such a fucking kick-ass legal writer. My 1-page flyers have caused dozens of children to be returned home. This is why they hate me. I'm getting blocked out of fucking groups. When I go into a group, people ask me a question. They've heard my name. They ask me a question. I answer the questions perfectly however they want it. The leader, administrator, or moderator of the group says, Mr. Ewing, you read the terms for joining our Facebook group. You're not supposed to self-promote here, so now you're gone. We're removing you from the group. These people assumed with petty jealousy of my legal knowledge. They're just fucking worried I'm going to steal their client base or steal their donation base, and they're fucking all of you over. They can't lead the way. None of them. There's not a single person in the family law movement that has 1/10 the legal experience and knowledge that I do. None of them. Period. They can't beat a speeding ticket.
No shit.
Okay? David Weigel's idea, we're going to get a bunch of parents to videotape their boohoo sob story. So you're collecting thousands of parents' boohoo sob story. I call it the pity party video series. Oh, we're going to make the judges cry. Oh, I feel bad. I stole all these children. I'm living in a $500,000 to $1 million house, and my wife's driving $150,000 Mercedes. I'm going to tell her she has to sell it and get a Kia. We're going to downsize and go. We're going to go move in a smaller house and reduce our lifestyle because we want to give your children back because we love your children. We care about you so much. Like, what kind of glue are you sniffing? That shit ain't never going to happen. You're not going to embarrass them on social media. They don't give a fuck what you post on Facebook. They laugh at everybody. They're laughing at all of us. They don't give a fuck what you post on Facebook. Absolutely. They are spying on it to see if you make any threats, and then they'll charge you a terroristic threatening.
Yep.
Okay? They'll use it to issue a gag order on you or some other bullshit, but you're not getting your kids back just by telling your boohoo story on a video. And why is David Wiggle collecting this information? It's useless. It's frivolous.
Well, the idea behind it, I think, is for a study or something to that extent so that they can have but I never got the chance to add that, which most studies are triple blind studies. They're not recognized off of one database. They're done multiple times, and no matter how you look at it, the test results have to come out the same way. That's what makes the test authentic.
Got to collect the data first.
And in the end,
but you said 2,000 people, so in theory it would be 6,000 people, and it would have to be done by 3 different people, not just Dave. 2 other organizations have to be doing it too.
His angle was to use AI.
That's not going to cause a single child to be returned home. That's a bunch of bullshit.
His angle when he started it, I recall, was to use AI to show that the money that the system is generating is like physically, mathematically impossible. And I don't know who the listeners was going to be, but he was
not a rat's ass chance in hell. That's not going to get kids home. The only thing that's going to get kids home is the right type of a legal pleading, a legal action. And I'll tell you, people say, well, Lewis, why don't you file a class action lawsuit? Okay, I'll tell you why. If you have a really good case with rock solid constitutional violations and statutory violations, why would you want to join up with a bunch of parents that have a really weak case and risk losing everything? If you have a good case, you stand alone. Don't join up with a bunch of people that have a weak case because you will lose everything. And here's the really bad thing about class action. Once that class action gets dismissed, everybody loses. Okay? You don't get to refile your own individual lawsuit making any of the same causes of action that was made in the RICO claim. So the class action, you're fucked. Now, here's another thing that you didn't think about that none of the parents, they keep talking about class action. Let's say you have a whole bunch of parents with really good violations. Now the CPS is scared shitless because a whole bunch of class action people could sue the CPS for millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. What's the top CPS from finding a mother who's a piece of shit, drug addict, alcoholic? She doesn't take care of her kids. She's the worst piece of shit mother you can imagine. And the social worker goes to her and say, how would you like it to make a deal with us where we guarantee we'll give your kids back? We need you to do us a favor. I'll do anything. I'll do anything. And a lot of these low-income mothers, they don't give a fuck about the rest of you. You tell a lie in open court for us, and we'll give your kid back, and we guarantee we'll never bother you again. There's so many people. What mother wouldn't fuck over every other mother to get their own child back? They don't give a fuck about the next.
Absolutely.
They want their children home. So one person lies, and everybody's fucked. Period. Class action is not the way to go. The only people who talk about class action are the selfish, greedy people, the freeloaders, and the want something for nothing cheapskates. Here, Lewis, here's $400 filing fee. You can do a class action because you're so smart. I'm like, fuck you. Okay, I'm not going to waste my time with that shit. I got bills to pay. I'm going to go help the drunk driver and drug dealer. I'm really sick of people that want me to do all this shit for free. Period.
Why couldn't
people say all about the money? That's how I pay my bills. This isn't my hobby like it is for all you guys. It's my job.
Why couldn't we as parents, right, to have 20 people in our state be capable of now coming in, to a federal court, filing similar in the same motions, but our discrimination or our crimes would be a little bit different, then asking the federal court to enjoin and get DOJ to oversee. And it was something that was proposed to me as preserving the record or something. You can go into federal court and preserve the record where the record is unchallengeable of what you're submitting. And then you can motion the court after there's enough evidence on the record to be able to mandate DOJ investigate.
Well, see, like I pointed out earlier, I know how to recreate Operation Great Lord.
That's a False Claims Act, isn't it?
That's part of the False Claims Act, but but if you look at 18 U.S.C. 286 and 18 U.S.C. 287, it goes hand in hand with the False Claims Act. Also, 18 U.S.C. 1001, 18 U.S.C. 1002, 18 U.S.C. 1003, the client conspiracy statute, 18 U.S.C. 371, the mail fraud statute, the bank fraud statute, they all go together. And listen, I've made my living undercutting attorneys and law firms for the last 25 to 30 years. Okay. I was involved with beating IRS tax cases for at least 10 years before I even got involved with family law in 1999. I've done drug cases, drunk driver cases, drug dealer cases. And so I'm well versed in all areas of criminal law. Like I tell all these parents, you're all studying family law cases and CPS cases. You're not going to stop a kidnapper if you don't know criminal law. Okay. You have to exhaust all your administrative remedies at the state level first. And everybody keeps saying, we got to go to the federal where the judges, it's a higher court and the judges are more honest. And I'm like, oh my God. The higher you go, the more corrupt it gets. It's Peter's principle. The higher the level of incompetency, the higher you'll be promoted within government. So that's how we got Joe Biden to be president.
Oh, Jesus. Now we got a bunch of parents now committing suicide because you just told the truth.
Well, instead of giving you false hopes, I'm giving you a realistic path. I'm the only person in the United States that has identified the goal. Here's the goal. We're going to take the whole family code and take it from the civil side of the court and put it to the criminal side of the court, where now they have to use the beyond a reasonable doubt standard, the same as every other criminal case, which means they have to have fucking evidence to find the parents guilty of abuse, sexual abuse, neglect, abandonment. They have to have evidence. Can you imagine right now the parents are sitting in the courtroom and they're crying to the jury, I love my children. The social worker is a lying bitch. They have no evidence. They made it up. Ask her. And then the jury is going to turn to the CPS social worker and say, well, do you have any evidence? Well, no, but I want adoption bonuses and I want to travel to Cancun to have sex with the children and have sex with the judge on Epstein's Island. We have no evidence.
That's great. Yeah.
Come on. I've identified the end. The parents are like, Mr. Ewing's a scammer. We want to do a march.
So come on, people. Let's hear the scam. Where's the bullshit?
Lewis,
Where's the scam? Let's hear it.
Can you touch on bases on stipulating?
Well, if you stipulate, you're just agreeing to everything they say.
Correct. Which is what a lot of parents do in CPS cases, correct?
Yeah.
Without their consent, without being told properly, like what they're essentially giving up.
They should never sign the protection plan because you're being tricked into signing away the rights to your kids.
Correct.
Okay. Now, most people don't know this, but there's a statute like here in Washington. We have a statute called obtaining a signature under duress is a Class C felony crime.
But you can hit a lot of them with that.
Oh, yeah. I've had judges before in criminal cases. They would try to get me to sign some kind of agreement. And the judge would tell me I'd be held in contempt of court. And I said, well, Your Honor, are you really going to commit a felony crime in his courtroom? And I read him that statute. And then he tells the prosecutor, Mr. Ewing doesn't have to sign that.
Well,
listen,
I'm going to say one
run.
thing, guys. This is
thank
definitely one of the longest
Yeah.
shows I've ever had. And we're pushing 12 o'clock. And, you know, Lewis, I want you to come back. Everyone, I want you to come back because, you know, this is a great 4-hour show, in my opinion. And this is what it needs to be done every month, that we need to get to the bottom. And if you got big brass ones, like you didn't see us attack Lewis, we listened to Lewis. Everyone's digesting what he's saying. Go fact check him. Go look at some of the laws and statutes that he's quoted, because I'm thinking right now that this is a very plausible, you know, thing. And again, I can't say as a legal expert or not. That's why I'm going to do my own research, Lewis.
Yeah, Henry.
And
send me your email addresses to my email, rcwcodebuster@aol.com, rcwcodebuster@yahoo.com, rcwcodebuster@gmail.com, and rcwcodebuster@protonmail.com. And for those of you who want to call me after 1 p.m. My landline home office phone, 360-335-1322, or you can send me a text message to my cell phone, 253-226-3741. I got one last thing. If you could give me a couple minutes.
Man. I didn't want Darren cutting me off because that was it. I wasn't sure what the time frame is.
Give me 2 minutes. I want to point something out, guys.
We could go all night.
That we need to stop.
Okay.
We need to put a stop to something. Tanama Downing and Jessica Saxton are appearing at county council meetings and saying stupid shit like, I'm here under Rule 17 and Rule 20. I want all you folks, when we get off the call, I want you to look up Civil Rule CR 17 and Civil Rule CR 20 under your state law, your state court rules, and then I want you to go to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure and look at Rule 17 and Rule 20. Neither Rule 17 and Rule 20 says anything about making an appearance at a county council meeting. They made that up. That's bullshit. There's no such thing as appearing at a county council meeting like Jessica Saxton and Tanama Downing are saying, I'm here under Rule 17 and Rule 20 by the Supreme Court. That's bullshit. It's nonsensical, legal gibberish. They took a legitimate court rule and turned it into a frivolous sovereign citizen argument. It's a court rule. You don't even when you read it, it doesn't say anything about making an appearance, not even in a court. You don't go into court and say, Your Honor, I'm here under Rule 17 and Rule 20. The judge is going to look at you like you're crazy. He's going to tell you, sit down, shut up. He's going to force counsel on you because he's going to deem right on the spot, well, you're not competent to even represent yourself. You're going to lose your right to represent yourself. And here's the worst part of it. They're teaching the parents to do this bullshit. And they're videotaping the parents and posting it on Facebook. And then they're asking for donations of money. They're committing unauthorized practice of law. They're not competent to give legal advice. They're giving false legal advice. Then they're asking for donations of money in violation of the electronic mail fraud statute. But here's the worst part. If the parents go into court and copy them with this bullshit and say, I'm here under Rule 17 and Rule 20, they just took a legitimate court rule, 2 of them, and converted it into a sovereign citizen argument. And I guarantee you, the minute the court labels you a sovereign citizen, you're fucking toast. You are never going to see your children ever the fuck again. And it'll be these fucks who fucked over the parents, and they will be the cause of the parents losing their children forever. So my question is, I've already told them several months ago that you're wrong. You cannot read this, and they've doubled down. They won't stop. They know the rule's wrong. They know they're misquoting it out of context, and they're doubling down. They keep doing it. So that tells me, why would you continue to do something's wrong and teach the parents something wrong unless A, you're an undercover COINTELPRO agent, B, you're an undercover CPS social worker, or 3, you two are just a pair of scammers. Which one is it?
I'll go with the first 2.
And not to mention, neither one of them has a job. Tanama Downing is a convicted felon. He doesn't have a job. Jessica Saxton doesn't have a job. And I just found out from Justin Nicely of the Court Fraud Ohio Warrior Project that Jessica Saxton and Tanama Downing, they don't have a child in CPS custody. They have no skin in the game. Why are they fucking involved with the CPS movements and family law movement?
I thought she did.
No.
Family.
She missed her last 2 court appearances. Her ex-husband has custody of their child. She doesn't have a child in CPS custody. She has no skin in the game. Tanama Downing has no skin in the game. And she missed her last 2 court appearances. She doesn't even give a fuck about her own child. She cares more about being the Erica Kirk of the family law movement. Me. I look at me speaking. Send me more money. Donate money. I'm going to go to the next council meeting, speak, and send me some more money. This is a fucking scam. It's bullshit. She'll say it. You watch the video. I'm here under Rule 17 and Rule 20. It's nonsense. And now they're introducing some kind of a bill in one of the states where they're going to prohibit any family law advocates unless they're licensed. She's fucking it up for all the real advocates.
Gary, you didn't play my video.
Rule 17 and Rule 20 of the United States Supreme Court. The Constitution with USCS rules as well as the Rule 17 and Rule 20 of the United States Supreme Court. The Constitution of the United States.
Why aren't they stopped when they say that?
Okay, so here's what I see. Matthew 7:15. Beware false prophets. Why aren't they being cited or stopped? 1 Timothy 1:7. Would be doctors of the law. They speak with confidence, but know not what they speak. But you know what? I already told them what the rule was. And they're attacking my Facebook now. I can't post anything for another week. And it says in my Facebook profile that there's an issue. Well,
but quick question. Why aren't they stopped?
Because they have 3 minutes.
Why aren't they addressed?
Go out there and start posting media about it, Jim. Start bitching about these. No one's complaining about them. Everybody's just like,
no, I'm asking like not them. I'm saying like all the areas that they've served across
why aren't
the country.
Commissioners telling them to stop?
Because they're town council people. They're nobodies. What the hell are they going to do? They have no
They're
power.
bullshitting everybody. Okay, you could talk to Danielle Gandy. Okay, she watched them. They got to Washington D.C. They had boxes and boxes of these bogus affidavits, and then they never served them. They never served them.
I remember that. I do remember that. I recall that. I know
So they got all the parents to donate all this money, and they were supposed to go there and serve them. And it was like on a weekend, and they knew that. They knew that in advance. It's not, of course, nobody's going to be open on the weekend. And then they never served them. So they moved on to this county council thing. Okay. So I've exposed Rule 17 and Rule 20, and now she's reading from the text of 18 U.S.C. 241, 18 U.S.C. 242. They're trying to impress the parents with their pretended knowledge of the law. These people are posers. They're pretenders. Well, guess what? 18 U.S.C. 241 and 18 U.S.C. 242, they are not self-executing statutes. They are not standalone statutes. You have to cite and plead the underlying statutory violation first. It's a secondary offense. You can't just take a big paintbrush and a big blanket and say, oh, let's call it what it is, kidnapping. And therefore, they're guilty of 18 U.S.C. 241 and 242. Okay? Let's see if they have the balls to put their signature on a real criminal complaint and go to an actual courthouse. This going to a county council meeting, they're putting on a show. Somebody said, well, Mr. Ewing, they have balls. They're standing up. No, they're not. It doesn't take any balls to speak at a county council meeting. The county council people have no power of arrest. That county commissioner is not a judge. You're not in a courtroom. They can't arrest you. The worst they can do at a county council meeting is they can shut off your microphone. They could tell you to leave the meeting, or they're going to trespass you.
The commission is where my problem started in the first place.
What's
you know
that?
what I mean? That's we were targeted after that. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
we're not
Yeah, that's
discussing
another
cases.
point.
This is the
They trained the parents to say something stupid. They made the parents look stupid. The parents believed in them. They didn't ever look up the court rule or the statutes themselves. So now the social workers and the judge and they're thinking, you know what, these people are stupid. We can take them. They'll start picking on you. They'll start retaliating against you. Okay? And this is what's scaring the parents. And they are the cause of it. But guess what? You hand the social worker and the cops my CPS can't search your house without a warrant flyer. It has the very best case law, Payton versus New York, which is the #1 holding case. Every police officer that goes through the police academy learns you cannot go into somebody's house without a warrant because that would violate Payton versus New York. And it has like other really good cases. They can't search your house without a warrant, period. My flyers scare the cops. It scares the social workers. My flyers have gotten back more kids and prevented more kids from being taken than every other fucking group combined on the internet. And people say, well, why haven't you done something before? Well, you always say you don't have any money, so fuck it. I'm over here helping IRS tax cheats drug dealers, drug drivers. Once every couple of years, they come and peep in at the family law groups to see what's going on, and they haven't moved anywhere. They haven't progressed, not 1 inch since 1999.
Yep.
Well, apparently some people are making progress, but then they sign a non-disclosure and they drop out of the scene, and they're $5 million richer for staying quiet about what successes they have had. I've heard a couple of those.
And that's very rare. Okay. And, and my props to any individual that wins their individual case. Okay. This is what I promote. Okay. I specialize in helping pro se litigants. I've helped hundreds of people win their cases pro se. I teach people how to be pro se. People don't want to hire an attorney, but they don't know how to do the legal research, and they don't know how to do the legal writing, and they don't know how to present a case. So basically, I'm teaching people to be their own lawyer. This is what I've been doing for the last 25 to 30 years. Why isn't there more of me? Why is it I'm the only person in Washington, actually the whole United States? Why isn't there more people like me? I'll tell you why. Because whenever the state bar associations have caught up to somebody trying to do what I do, they make them sign a cease and desist letter under the threat that they would be prosecuted for unauthorized practice of law if they continue to do any legal work of any legal nature whatsoever, and they go out of business. They quit. They tried to prosecute me for unauthorized practice of law, and I've beaten it 3 times. Who else do you see? You know it's a felony crime to advertise you're an attorney or a lawyer when you're not. But I've been advertising that way since the late 1990s.
Who's facts over lies, Darren?
That's I know who that is. Why?
Did you see your comment?
Don't want any problems for trying to help. What is I don't want any problem? I want any problems for trying to help. I've been misled and I'm not effing happy. I knew better than to even try to help.
Okay, people talk about, they're trying to help. They have good intentions. What was the role that Road to Help paved with?
Who do we have on the show?
I don't know. I don't know if it's.
I think she's talking about Jessica Saxon. Y'all had Jessica Saxon on the show. Maybe.
The only person that had Jessica Saxon on was Gunner.
Yeah, Gunner. Hear those words, Gunner.
Well, we all are trying to seek the truth, guys. So, and any route any of us take,
this is stuff that if Lewis didn't come out with this shit, then we would have never known it. If we didn't,
we would have never known it. And again, I'm sitting back here. I got 3,555 questions to ask him, and it's 12:13 my time. And I'm sorry, but I don't know how to say this, but I say we ought to adjourn for the night and turn around and pick this up another day. Because Lewis, I haven't even started on the ADA with you. I got a million questions to ask. And how it applies. Again, my argument is, again, basic. The designated responsible employee is the only one in the state that can investigate discrimination of disabled matters. And that's including against judges. I know case law supports it in their administrative duty, but I believe there might be a chance to get them inside of their official capacity inside the courtroom.
When can we reconvene with Mr. Ewing and have this again? Any idea on a timeline?
Tomorrow night.
We got shows every night, guys. It doesn't have to be just me on a Saturday night that hosts this, but yes, we can do this anytime. Let's get this moving, because guys, I would love to see people come in and debate Lewis now and let them say.
Lewis and I have already spoke about the whole arguing with Lewis, even doing a show that way, haven't we, Lewis?
I say they're all scared because they can't match my track record of winning. I'll send you guys a list of testimonials with names of real people, the names of the court, and the court case cause number. These people can't touch my win rate with a 10-foot pole. None of them.
Lewis, I'm going to leave it. Let's leave it on that note. This isn't done yet, but I started this last night for you, and make sure you don't leave. Make sure you watch to the end of this. All right.
All righty.
All right, everybody.
Guys, I want to thank you for being the first of many more meetings we're going to have on this subject, and thank you again.
Tomorrow, 8 o'clock.
Tomorrow,
no,
8 o'clock.
We cannot, Gunners. We'll get notes to it. We'll figure it out.
Have work Monday.
Figure it out.
Work Monday morning.
It'll be soon, guys, because this has got to change quick. You know, we only got President Trump to be here for a little while and beat the system that has been put in place that we should not be using.
You know,
Thank you.
I'm so mad you didn't play my video.
Executive Order 13818. Everybody go.
I
look
haven't
that up.
voted. I haven't voted since I was 18 years old. Is that Anthony Joshua?
You sure you got the right video?
Oh yeah.
I'm the only one that's getting excited. Is Brenda.
Wait a minute here.
Brenda's going bananas.
Now
Wait
it's
a minute
on.
here. What is this person talking about?
It's music.
I don't know because it's not written in sentences. A perfect.
Do you want to tell these guys what you are? Can you please tell them what you are, Louis?
What's that?
Can you tell these guys what you are and why the video is the way it is?
Why the video is the way it is?
Yeah, that's all the Thai references and everything.
Oh, are you Thai?
Well, I lived in Thailand for over 2 years, about 34 years ago. I trained and fought in Muay Thai. I trained with the main sparring partner with Maurice Smith, who's the same age as me. Maurice Smith is the longest reigning champion in the sport history of kickboxing as the WKA World Heavyweight Kickboxing Champion. He won two K1 kickboxing championships. He won the Battle Cage, Extreme Fighting. If you look up Maurice Smith, he also won the UFC 14 and the UFC 15. He's one of the founders of the UFC, the MMA fighting. But I was his main sparring partner from 1980 to 1994. I also trained with former WKA World Bantamweight Kickboxing Champion Rod Key during that same time period. And then once in a while with Victor Solier, the Puerto Rican knockout champion, former WKA World Featherweight Kickboxing Champion. And I actually lived in Thailand for 2 years plus. I speak a little bit of Thai. So, you know, I learned how to do Muay Thai.
Whatever the hell you just said.
He said Henry School. That's what he said.
Yeah, so I love fighting. I spent 6 years in the Eagles boxing gym sparring with Greg the Mutt Hagen, former IBF World Lightweight Boxing Champion. He fought Julio Cesar Chavez in Mexico City. My former roommate, Rocky Mosley Jr., was 7th ranked junior middleweight in the world. He lived with me for a whole year. When his trainer, Eddie Futch, came to town for 6 months to train him for a big fight in Vegas, because I let him stay with me for a year, Eddie Futch trained me for free. And for those of you who don't know who Eddie Futch is, he trained Roberto Duran and Joe Frazier. You know, so I learned a little bit about boxing when I was a young man, you know.
My husband was a boxer too when he was a kid. I mean,
That's why I use all these
boxed in
fighter
the same gym as Mike Tyson in Cleveland. That's right.
No, there was no music, and I'm looking at a guy that
Oh,
was
you
half
can't hear
asleep
the music
and
stop playing?
seeing Brenda getting all excited.
So you couldn't hear the music?
No, there was no music. There was no sound.
Somebody said, thank Louis and Brenda. My name is spelled Luis, the Spanish spelling, Luis.
Well, and that's what I'm trying to figure out, because I'm literally sitting here. That's what I was just talking about, because literally the comment.
I'm Hispanic. I would be Mexican, but I wasn't born in Mexico. I was born in Texas, so I guess you could call me a Texican. I have real Spanish relatives in Spain. I have relatives in Italy. My real father, who I never met, was half Apache Indian, so I'm a quarter Apache Indian.
Beautiful.
Oh, well, that's a bummer that the, you know what I can do? I can do this. You know what? I'll do this. Hold on. Give me one second.
I'm a Heinz 57 mutt. So.
Yeah. I say we're all American mutts.
And I don't understand what Facts Over Lies is upset about, but I apologize for whatever you're upset about. We didn't do
That's
anything.
what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Said
Because they don't speak in complete sentences. You
said
gotta
you
have
can thank
one
Louis and Brenda, like something about yeah, I
Sure.
shared a lot of all of you, by the way, but I have not been noticed, but I won't be sharing anyone
I think
else.
that maybe nobody was looking at the chat. Maybe that's it.
But the Who just awakened so many.
Listen,
Thanks,
we've given so many opportunities to people to come on to the show. We posted it 4 different times. There was a link that if you got something good to say, come on in. If you don't have nothing good to say, you can sit there in the box. I mean, honestly, what can I say? We can only handle so many people at one time. I would love to have a platform where we can have 200 people argue it out on a Zoom meeting one night.
Oh man.
I have shared all that's arguing and am pissed. I just
It's not a matter of arguing. It's a matter of exposing. It's a matter of exposing that are
And another thing too, I don't know about you guys when you run your shows, but the next day I usually go back and I look at people's comments the next day. So to think that we're not going to take an advantage of because this is too damn important for anyone just to have one opinion about what's going on in this country. And I figured Epstein's lit us all off to join up together because, man, they're eating our fucking kids. Not only are they taking our kids, they're eating our fucking kids. And people need to start putting their petty shit aside and working together for one common goal, and that's to collapse the system like they did in 1776 when they told England, leave my fucking kids alone and leave my money alone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the problem with that. If you do a little bit of research on that, less than 20% of the population stood up and did anything. The other 80% didn't do shit.
No shit, huh?
That's why we lost the Civil War. We didn't win.
The Civil War, or the Revolutionary War.
History's a lie. All the attorneys, judges, and prosecutors, they laugh at us on May Day. Oh, look at those dummies. July 4th, they think they're free.
Yeah.
They're laughing at us. We lost our country a long time ago.
Listen, we've been conditioned to this for so long, and I cannot understand how no other parents in no other previous generations have said enough is enough.
I'm trying to just get.
I hear you. And
I think the milk cartons would have incentivized. Oh, really? This many kids went missing? There's something wrong.
Yeah, we just made it an even bigger profit margin.
Hey, Facts Forever, you got my personal invite. You can come on and debate with me anytime because I want to hear your story and why you're so pissed on what we're trying to achieve.
That's facts over lies, Dingleberry.
Well, whatever. Hey, I haven't even had my dinner yet. Jim got to eat cake.
Hey, I ate Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah, I got it.
I heard it in the
It's
background.
past Henry's bedtime, people. What's going on here? Way past his
Hey,
bedtime.
Brenda, thank you for taking care of us old seniors. You know, we got to be in bed by 10 o'clock because
We have to take care of the senior citizens around here. I know.
You know, nothing I can do, man. My body gets up at 5. Just what it is.
I never skip Geritol.
The early bird catches the worm.
That's right. Anyway,
But again, guys, I want to appreciate, seriously, and again, for the people who had the balls to come on my show tonight, that just shows you the intent of what we're trying to do here. And again, you know, Brenda, you didn't get into the legal aspects. And again, whatever, I know you were late because you were doing things beforehand. And again, next time, show up. I want to hear your opinion early.
Yeah, I couldn't believe. I just like turned on. I'm like, whoa! And then I looked at the time. I'm like, good, geez, these guys are going.
Yeah,
on.
Henry's in bed. He's pissed. He's pissed. But you know, Darren's always pushing me to the extent. Technology, staying up late.
I have been one that has shared everybody's post videos, everything about all these kids daily, nonstop. Y'all enjoy yourselves. I am so confused on what this person is even talking about.
I don't know either.
I
And
think
again,
they're confused.
let them come in.
Brenda said she knows who it is, so.
Well.
Well, yeah,
I
I
don't know.
think do a debate where you can come on and do it.
Why would somebody be pissed at us for coming up with a
I don't
solution?
think anybody's pissed. Are they? Is she
Yeah, they
pissed?
said they were pissed.
She said
Yeah.
because it's not them.
And I'm pissed.
Well, you know what, Lewis? And that's my feeling too, that all these people want to be, look at me. I'm the head of the parents movement. Man, I don't want what's in my fucking head. I want to be one of those sheeples again, just going through life. Because
I call bullshit. There's not a single person in all the family law groups in the United States that has what it takes to lead the way. They can't beat a fucking parking ticket. I'm serious. They can't beat a
makes
parking
sense.
ticket.
I've never beat a parking ticket.
People who've never won cases.
I've never had a parking ticket.
I didn't even beat what do you call it? The seatbelt ticket when I was wearing my seatbelt.
I beat CPS twice. Does that count?
Yeah, that does
Yeah.
count, especially for the parents who need help with CPS. Yes.
Yeah.
Then your tactics should be spread, Brecca.
I try.
All right, come back tomorrow, everybody. Come to Gunners.
Oh, I will. Aside from that.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good
Good night, everybody. Thank you again for being on the show tonight. We really appreciate it, and I hope people who are mad don't be mad. We're just trying to get to the truth.
God bless and keep everyone.
That's it. God bless everyone. Darren, thank you for being the man you are, for allowing this to happen free of charge to people. Imagine that one. Take me into the back room, brother.
He challenges the system, vowing to make them pay. From the streets of Washington, a tale of sorrow unfolds. A child in peril's grasp, in CPS's iron hold, with lawsuits sharp as daggers, he pierces through the veil, exposing hidden corruptions where innocence set sail. Louis, young warrior bold in the battle to take down CPS. With Operation Greylord's fire, he seeks to right the mess. No more stolen children, no more broken homes at night. He fights for truth and justice in the endless righteous through federal courts and filings, he built his case with care against hospitals and workers who wield power unfair. Uncooperative, they called him, but he would not bend or break. For every parent's nightmare, he rises for their sake. Organizing county groups across the states, they spread volunteers in every corner to strike where evil treads. A plan to hold accountable those who twist the law's intent, sending social workers prison bound, their misdeeds to repent. Louis, warrior bold in the battle to take down CPS. With Operation Greylord's fire, he seeks to right the mess. No more stolen children, no more broken homes at night. He fights for truth and justice in the endless righteous fight. Though trials may be arduous and victories hard won, his legacy inspires till the final bell is rung. For families reunited.
Yo. Equal and the same. Hammer and hang. 8-8 strong. CPS breaking. Bomb dropping. Rough. Rough. Yo. We equal and the same, no chains on our name. CPS devils trying to play their game. Hammer Hank swinging hard, breaking the frame, fighting for rights, ain't no one to blame. Hey, the warriors, people with disabilities rise, equal protection under the laws, wise eyes. They try to divide, say we ain't the same, but on the podcast we expose the shame. Equal and the same, we fighting CPAs, Hammer Hank leads, Ada unbreakable. Equal and the same, drop the bomb news, people with disabilities, we own the truth. Growling at the system, they labeling Cade, but Hammer and Hank flips the page with rage. Part ass exploding like a breaking news bomb. CPS scandals, we stayed calm in the storm. 80 shields for the strong and the brave. People with disabilities, equal rights, we save. No second class treatment, we the same in the fight. Hammering justice through the dead of night. Equal and the same, we fighting CPS, Hammer Hank leads, Ada unbreakable. Equal and the same, drop the bomb news, people with disability, we own the truth. Lord, grant us power in this righteous war. Equal and the same, we settle the score. For every disability dismissed and denied, Hammer and Hank charges with 80 pride. Podcast mic hot, breaking news bomb blast. CPAs crumbling, the truth at last. Equal and the same,